Welcome. Good evening. We will begin tonight's meeting with the call to order. The roll call.
Councilmember Hufty. Here. Councilmember Haskell.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Here.
Mayor Alfs.
Here. Next item is oral communications. Anyone wishing to address the council on a subject not on the agenda may do so now. Raise your hand if you want to comment on an item not on tonight's agenda.
We have one hand on Zoom.
Rita Combs, go ahead.
Good evening. Monday is June 19th. June 19th, for some people, since it's a federal holiday and also a state holiday, it's a day that the banks are closed and maybe they have off from work. But it doesn't celebrate, it's not a celebration holiday, it's an acknowledgement of slaves in Texas being finally freed 2.5 years after Emancipation Proclamation was signed into law by President Lincoln. Emancipation Proclamation was signed into law January 1st, 1863. And Juneteenth was finally happened on June 19th, 1865. I hope everyone in our community can reflect on that on Monday, if they have the day off. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. There are no other hands for oral communications, so we will move on to consent agenda. Any member of the public can comment on the consent agenda. Only council members can pull items from the consent agenda. Is there any public comment on any item on tonight's consent agenda?
I have no hands on Zoom.
I do not see any hands up. There are two attendees here in person. One is Finance Director Cindy Rodas, and the other is Captain Mark Myers of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. No hands up, so does any member of the council wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Howard.
Just through the mayor, I'd like to pull something off the warrant list.
Okay, so we should pull item 3B, the warrant list. If there's nothing else that we
I have some questions on 3B.
on 3D.
D is in dog.
Okay, so we will pull 3B and 3D. I can take a motion to approve the other items on the consent agenda.
I would like to make a motion to approve 3A, C, E, F, and G.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
I second it.
Seconded by Mary.
Councilmember Hufty.
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff.
Yes.
Mayor Alfs.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Let's go into the warrant list. So 3B, Howard, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Alves. I'd like to pull the check 3232 in the amount of $185,340.37. We've inadvertently issued the check to the principal instead of the LLC. So what we'll do is we'll void the check and we'll reissue the check on the next warrant list.
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, thank you for the update. I can take a motion to approve the, is there any public comment on item 3B, the warrant? Okay, seeing none, I can take a motion to approve item 3B, the warrant list.
Motion to approve 3B.
Second. Okay, do we need to do roll call votes or?
I would recommend a roll call vote since you did that. for the
Okay.
previous.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hufty.
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Item 3D, Judith, you had a question?
Yeah, I get the general gist of the proposal on the summer schedule pilot. But I need a little more context. So, why is it being called a pilot? Because a pilot to me means we're building toward this potentially being permanent. And my understanding is the reason for it is that we are hopefully in a temporary situation where we're lacking certain managers that can help allow people to take the 980 schedule. So if someone can comment on that, that would be great.
Sure, through the mayor, I'm happy to comment on that. So the reason we use the language pilot was more so that we can continue to evaluate its performance over the months that we're having it. So from June to, I believe, September, it allows us to see each month that this is something that is going to work for both the community and the staff members.
So for example, if in July we find there's a problem, we would terminate it in August or
Yeah,
something.
it gives us an opportunity to evaluate in terms of, is this working for everybody involved?
I see. And how many managers do you normally have versus what we have that we're trying to accommodate?
Sure. So we usually have 6, and right now we only have 4.
Okay.
So with our Friday coverage, for example, it leaves 2 managers, and it's a very strict 2. We don't like to leave one on their own in case they have an offsite meeting, they're ill, they have to use the restroom during a moment that they would be needed up front. And we've often been left with one on the past few Fridays just because of vacations, illnesses, etc.
And my last question is, I'm assuming, but please confirm that Fridays are a low traffic, typically low traffic, and particularly in the summer, is that?
Yes, I've heard in the history, there's usually a low attendance, even lower than normal in the summertime on Fridays in general. We actually have a very low attendance in terms of public coming in. On an average Monday to Thursday, it's anywhere from 4 to 10 people. On a Friday, it can be 1 being the mailman or the mailwoman, and sometimes it's just a member of the community asking for directions to go somewhere.
Okay. All right. And the intent would be once the full management staff is there, that this would no longer be needed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
Other questions? on 3D? Is there any public comment on item 3D, the pilot summer schedule? Okay, I don't see any, so I can take a motion to approve item 3D.
I move to approve item 3D.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I meant to say this at the beginning, but I'll say this now. I would like to rearrange the schedule, the agenda. To move I'd like to do study session 5A first, with Captain Myers here, and then that leads into the budget proposals. So I'd like to do, with your permission, the council's permission, 5A, 4A, 5B. So we do the study session on the sheriff contract, then we have the budget discussion, and then we come back to the revenue enhancement. Is that okay with everyone?
And I'll just chime in to say, of course, I'm new to your practices, but in other jurisdictions, there is oftentimes a motion to reorder the agenda, so you might consider doing that for formality's sake.
Okay. Someone want to make a motion to reset the agenda?
I'm happy to. I'd like to make a motion to reset the agenda to start with item number 5A, followed by item 4A, followed by 5B.
Second. Okay. Any public discussion, any public comment on this? Okay,
There's one hand raised.
Rita, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my comment. You know, both issues on the agenda are very important for the community. And I'm not sure how many people are here right now online, but the budget is very important. And of course, our sheriff's contract is also extremely important. So, you know, I would hope that the budget discussion doesn't start at 10 p.m. I'm sure all of you on the dais also hope that it doesn't start at 10 p.m. but earlier for the budget conversation and not after 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. would be appreciated. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands up for this one. I'll take a roll call vote, please.
Aye. Councilmember Hefty. Aye. Councilmember Haskell.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott.
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 5A, which is a study session on the sheriff's contract. Howard.
Thank you, Mayor Alves. So we have Captain Mark Meyer here that's going to be doing some presentation too. What I would like to do is just summarize what has happened already for the audience. And we did have a Q&A session yesterday here from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. And I'm going to summarize some of the questions that were asked here. So as for background, we have a 5-year contract and we have a 5-year contract with the Sheriff's Department ending June 30th. There was a subcommittee put together consisting of Mayor Jeff Alves and Vice Mayor Sarah Warnickoff. The town council held its first study session concerning this issue on April 26th. Since that time, the town council did approve a 3-month extension on May 24th to provide the town council and the town more time to digest how to handle the increased cost. So as a result of that, the town council asked staff to put together a question and answer session for the public. And that was yesterday on June 13th, started at 6:30 to 8. I think there was maybe 4 or 5 people in the audience that showed up, along with Mayor Jeff Alves and Sarah Warnickoff online. And I believe there was about 11 people online. So the purpose of this meeting today is really threefold, is to debrief what happened at the Q&A yesterday, discuss any new news from the sheriff's office concerning an extension, a request for a further extension.
I've been told that you're hard to hear right now, so maybe keeping that.
So just wanted to repeat again, there's the purpose of this meeting today is threefold. Is really to debrief on the Q&A that was held yesterday night, and to bring any news from the sheriff department concerning any extension, because we did talk to the sheriff this week and before the writing of this report, so there is some new news. And to the third item is to, as a result of the first study session, the council members asked about comparing the original contract and the new contract. Some of the language was not clear. And so Captain Mark Myers here developed a spreadsheet chart to compare A and B, some of the old language and new language, to make sure that the service levels is still the same. So debriefing on the question and answer session, I'm just going to go through quickly some of the questions that came about that Captain Myers answered. Why the sudden cost increase? And some of that answer is basically because we had a 5-year contract and some of those costs for their staff, and they didn't have as I understand, the deputies didn't have a contract for 3 years. So a lot of those costs over the 5 years caught up. There's a cost of retention of officers. It's very hard to find officers too. There's questions concerning what were the major drivers of the cost increases. And once again, it was salaries, deputies without a contract for 3 years. There was a question about response time that Captain Mark Meyer answered. There's questions about patrol format when the officers in town respond to the outlying county areas, what happens. There was questions about personnel count, how many are actually in town. Shift changes, reports, and freebies, what the town gets as freebies. And I wanted to ask Mark again for the audience to describe some of those freebies here too that we get, such as the school resource officers and drone resources. There was questions concerning the ALPRs and data retention, crime statistics, response times, and also a comment concerning Tots. We had the Tots race on Alpine and Portola. And we did have a huge sheriff presence there. And if we were charged for it or not, and as I understand, we were not charged for all those extras. So that is the debrief from the question and answer session from yesterday. Are there any questions?
Can you elaborate on the response time, what the answer was?
Captain Myers, you want to take that?
Can you hear me? In Redwood City. Share my screen. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we done with questions? Oh, he was answering Craig's question. Okay. Yeah. Respond before the-
Okay. You can share your screen. I think.
With regards to the response times, this is what I pulled up for the previous town hall we had. For priority one calls, well, first of all, in 2022, you had 1,820 calls for service. And I'll get Howard a further breakdown of the actual priorities of the calls, but the average response time for a priority one call for 2022 was 7 minutes and 28 seconds, varying up to words of 9 minutes. So I'd like to see that number lower, and we will get it lower, but that is your average response time for a priority one call, which would be like a burglary alarm or a domestic violence incident or whatnot. So
So response time from the time you get the call to what's
Yes.
the endpoint for
from the time we would get the call to the time we would arrive on scene.
arriving?
Yes. So I would like to see that, like in San Carlos, the average response time is 4 minutes. They have 3 officers and a sergeant in a smaller city, so it's a little easier to get there quicker. But I would like to see that numbered more down around 5. So I will work on that, and then I'll get you some more response times for the previous years as well.
I guess the one I was interested in is, and I'm sure people have asked you this. There was that one incident that happened that took forever. I mean, can you just, I mean, I get that it was probably an outlier, but can you?
We're
sort
talking
of-
about the alarm call when
Yeah.
it would say we took a half an hour.
Yeah,
So I sent Howard I sent you the CAD, didn't I? So, or did I send it to, I thought I sent it to you. The printout, our dispatch printout.
Yeah.
Okay, so I looked at the call. The officer, the deputy was on, this was, I think, on the Friday night when every tree in the county was down. It was one of the bad storm nights. The officer one was on a down tree blocking the roadway. The alarm call came out just as a regular alarm call, nothing like movement or the inside. He had to wait for obvious reasons. He couldn't leave the tree in the roadway. Someone else came to relieve him. He was able to go to the house. His response from the tree down to the house, I believe, was within 5 minutes. Now, the homeowner says that he didn't see them on the Ring camera until like 30 minutes later. But when you look at the CAD, you can see where the deputy is updating dispatch going, because usually what you do when you go to a burglar alarm call is you walk the perimeter of the house. So he went, walked the perimeter of the house. He found that there's a broken rear sliding window. And at that point, they locked the perimeter down and they waited for a canine so they could search the interior. And then at some point during the call, someone walked in front of the Ring doorbell probably a half hour after the incident. And that's unfortunately what the homeowner thinks is the response time, when in fact we were in the back of the house because that's where the point of entry was, setting up with the canine and clearing the house as we would usually do that. So, yeah.
okay, yeah, no, that's, and I think that's useful because I certainly have questions enough. The off,
Craig, sorry to, we were on questions for Howard about the, I just want to,
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah, this is not, it doesn't-
I was, well, I just want to keep us on track, which is that we were asking questions, and that question was a question that came up there, and you were giving more detail. So we're asking Howard questions on the.
yeah, I guess the tough part here was we were advised not to come to the meeting because the two of you were there. So this was one of the pretty pointed questions that came up, and I have no idea what the answer was, and I guess I'd like to be able to talk to constituents about the answer. So I'm happy to do this however you want, but that was the only reason I asked, is that was the one question that
Yeah.
for me was pretty pointed, and I totally appreciate your answer. Thank you.
If it's a follow-up on that, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, it was, yeah, it was just, and was the officer in town at a tree or was he out of town? 'Cause that was the other thing I'd sort of heard, that maybe he was not in town at the time, and I just wonder if you could elaborate on that.
That I can't remember. It was either in Portola Valley or Woodside.
Okay, great,
The
thank you.
deputies assigned to Woodside and Portola Valley generally do not leave and go anywhere else because it's kind of like a separate island of a beat up here. So, but I'm pretty sure it was in a PD.
well, mine was related to, it was a question for Howard. The two different, were they the same presentation or was this the one we went to before where you had your whole show and tell and the security? I think Jeff, you were there for at least part of it. When I was there, was that the same presentation as the one they did here?
No, so you're talking about the community gathering that was in the community hall.
Yeah.
No, this was different. This was specifically, this is specifically concerning the contracts, the scope of the contracts, the element of the contracts, and explaining to the public the cost increase.
Let me see.
So at
Yeah.
the-
So that was much more about the questions like you were asking. But there was a thought that that was working up to the presentation of the cost. That we were learning about what the services that we were doing. So it seems that they were kind of similar, right? Or not?
No, that was a community gathering. Mark, if you could also chime in also, that was a community gathering talking about the sheriffs and crime statistics, generally about crime. It was not to talk about the contract.
Yeah, that one,
Oh, I know that.
yeah, that one we just, that was back in,
A few months ago.
yeah, that was specifically to talk about the burglaries and any increase in crime, or perceived increase in crime.
And I just wanted to add that, we though it was attended, we did really ask people to ask questions. I mean, at some point, there were two times we had to take 2 10-minute breaks because no one asked questions. It was advertised, and because it was advertised till 8 o'clock, we stayed here, everyone stayed here until 8 o'clock to really ask for questions.
There were a lot of people at that first meeting. And so it was just striking that there weren't so many at this one. I mean, I think though a lot of us had felt that we sort of gotten what the Dog and Pony show was like. And might not have showed up for the second.
Yeah, this one was specifically for the contract, and just that it's a public meeting in an informal setting to meet Captain Myers to answer questions concerning contract elements and cost increase. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Why don't we move on to Captain Myers' presentation, and then we can ask more questions of Howard.
Yeah, sure. Real quick, I just wanted to go over, like Howard said, just some of the added assets that you get at no cost. And then the other thing I'm going to cover after this is I want to do the full contract verbiage versus new contract verbiage comparison. Once again, some of the things, although the town only pays for a half a detective, anytime there's any kind of major investigation, you're getting 2 or 3 detectives assigned. Likewise, 2 months ago, we put on a burglary special detail where 16 detectives were out in unmarked cars, specifically canvassing Portola Valley, Woodside, Ladera, and the Emerald Hills, and that was all at no cost to the town. Likewise, if you have also you have our major accident investigation team. So anytime there's any kind of serious accident or a fatality, We have deputies that are specially trained in reconstruction, and they would come out and handle that investigation. That again is at no cost. I forgot about it completely last night, and I don't know why, but we have our community engagement unit, which is our school resource officers. So our 2 deputies were out here, I believe, last week, working on the neighborhood watch. That is also at no cost to the town. You get quarterly rotational DUI and traffic saturation that are put on by a STEP program. It's a saturation traffic enforcement detail or program. And that is where you get upwards of 15 to 20 motorcycle officers and deputies from all around the county that come through the various cities and do proactive traffic enforcement. We have our emergency services unit, which would be involved in any kind of fire evacuations or any kind of like OES related or critical incident calls for service. You get our PIO and our media relations team. We have an air squadron, drones. Like I mentioned before, most of these burglary calls, we always have a K9 unit come out. That's at no cost. And again, search and rescue, and of course, the SWAT and the bomb squad. So those are all assets that the town gets that come at no additional cost. And that's kind of one of the benefits of contracting with the sheriff's offices. We offer all those services. I'm just gonna forward real quick. This is the budget. For the law enforcement contract service, it's no change in staffing level, no change in service. The format of the contract has been standardized and simplified, and then the budgets will be updated annually. So looking at the old contract, it was very specific. Talked to get, law enforcement services 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It talked about kind of in plain language, a detective will be provided or detective services will be provided, proactive traffic and bicycle enforcement, parking enforcement, citation processing services, criminal investigations, surveillance, apprehension of the suspects, and investigation services are provided by the Sheriff's Office Investigations Unit, transport of suspects to the county jail, radar and trailer deployment, presentations to various town meetings, neighborhood groups, crime preventions, supervision and oversight associated with providing law enforcement services, and then quarterly statistic reports and monthly traffic citation reports. The new format, I get, while it's lacking all those things, it basically says that we will provide you law enforcement services, pretty much all encompassing. This is a standard verbiage that our county council came up with that is used in all the contracts for all of our other contract cities. So they kind of wanted to get it all on one page. We're still going to do everything we said we're going to do in that first contract. They just wanted to simplify it and saying we will provide law enforcement services, which is everything else I just talked about in the old contract, just to simplify it. They didn't want to get contracts where every city had a different contract or different verbiage. They just wanted one standard format, basically saying we will provide you law enforcement services. And that covers pretty much everything. So any questions on that? Yes, ma'am.
I had just a question that I think I've asked it before, and I'm probably repeating myself, but as far as getting a psychiatric and psychological backup for in cases like domestic abuse or whatever, it tends to be the most likely to become violent if you come in with an armed policeman. What kind of service do we get in that regard?
Well, we have our PERT team, which is our cycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How do we get that? How do we get those guys to come?
Oh, they've come out here. So anytime deputies deal with anyone dealing with any kind of mental illness or anything like that, whether it could be like a barricaded subject or they're trying to commit suicide or something like that, if we have to put them on a hold, we'll always do a follow-up, or PERT will come out and do a follow-up with the family to make sure that they're getting the services they need. Likewise, too, it could be someone that didn't go to the hospital or something like that, but PERT will still do follow-up with them to get them on a program or link them up with a clinician. So that, again, is all no cost associated with the contract. I think at the last thing, I think I told you the number of girls. I'll get that information for you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. I guess we've had incidences where we haven't gotten that service, but I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Are we holding questions until the end of the presentation? How do you want this? to
Did you have
work?
more to present, Mark, or are you?
I mean, I know the main questions were the contract. That's kind of, I just wanted to go over that verbiage. And then I know the other part of it was in the old contract, it had a description of the sheriff's representative shall report quarterly to the town council and to the town safety committee. And it kind of broke down like these different categories. The new contract just basically states the sheriff's office or the designee shall report to the town periodically to the town council and at the town manager's discretion. All violations of law within its borders coming to the sheriff's attention. Whatever report you guys want, we will get for you. So that's, even though the verbiage has changed, Howard, you can let me know what any kind of breakdown or report. I know we do our quarterly traffic report, and one of the citizens yesterday wanted to maybe have a more detailed breakdown. Like if we say an accident happened at Alpine and Portola, maybe we could tell you what the actual cause of it was. Was it speeding? Did someone not stop at the stop sign? Right now, we just give a location and a date and a violation, but maybe we can give you the primary collision factor. So more information, that's very easy for us to get. So basically, whatever reports you guys would want, we're very willing to provide. And going back to that previous contract with the services, I mean, some of it's kind of, transport suspects to county jail. It's kind of a no-brainer. Like someone's dead, if you got to go to jail, we're the only ones that are going to take them. So I understand how it's nice to see all this in there, but county council and the people who do our contracts just wanted to keep the verbiage very simplified. We're going to do anything you want for law enforcement services. We're going to do all these things that are in here. It's just, we wanted to simplify the contract. So I know it causes some concern, but I promise you, we're going to do the same level of service, if not better. And any of these details you want, or any other details, whether it would be, if you guys wanted to pay for a motorcycle deputy part-time or something like that, we can come up with any solution for any of those issues. And that was it. As far as the presentation, it's my standard of the old presentation, but I know those were two of the big topics was the contract. And let me see if I can get that PERT stat for you real quick, because I have been. You guys had, so PERT last year had 634 referrals in all of our jurisdictions. Portola Valley had 10.
Was it something that you can request?
A PERT report?
No, a person who come out. Deputy has to request.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like, if you know someone that is having an issue with a loved one or something like that, or there's someone in town, you can reach out to a deputy and, PERT could see if they have a history with this person. And then if need be, they can contact them. So yeah, they're very, very willing to come out to make sure, we can intervene early on versus waiting when something can, have a more positive outcome if we can get involved early on.
Other council questions for either?
Yeah, I have two. Someone pays for services that are free. So if we're not paying for those, who is? Where do you get your funding from? Because part of this new contract has us sharing overhead. And if it's not a line item, we might be paying through overhead. And that's fine, but where else is the funding coming from for this? Because to me, if you're providing something for free, at some point you're going to be called on to get reimbursed for it if your current source of funding doesn't support that.
Are you
So can
talking like the
help me?
specialties and all the
When you
extra
said
things?
the freebies, that the slide that you had for the freebies.
Yes, those are budgeted in either other organizations or other org charts. That's like common, like if the SWAT team goes to San Carlos on a call out, San Carlos doesn't get billed for that.
But who pays?
That comes out of our general fund for the sheriff's office.
And that's paid by who?
That's just in our budget. Like the SWAT team has their own budget. The drone unit has like a budget. All these specialty units have their own budgets. That is how they're
But who,
funded.
how do they get money into their account if it's their budget? Is it state? Is it county?
Oh, it's county.
Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah. yeah.
That's what I don't know.
Oh,
So-
okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, every year I'm in charge of the SWAT team. So every year I know my SWAT team has X for the budget. So, but yeah, we don't specifically, if we go to, I mean, a lot of times, East Palo Alto, we serve, they don't have a SWAT team, so we go down there a lot, but we don't charge East Palo Alto for that. It's kind of just the county resource that if someone needs it, that we're there for them.
Sure. And the reason I'm asking is just because I believe anytime something's free to somebody, if their alternate source of funding dries up, we're going to be asked for it in the future. So you're not anticipating the county changing the subsidies for that. type
No,
of
that's part of
work.
like the sheriff's office annual budget is these units will
Okay.
get so much funding.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful. Thank you. I still remain concerned about the lack of commitment to provide a scope of services, because right now, if I look at the new contract, and I hear you about standardized language and all of that, but all it means to me is I don't know what I'm getting in exchange for a 60% increase in the funding. So is there an ability to say services commensurate with what went before? I mean, that's a rhetorical question because you're not an attorney, and I just so you know, I remain concerned, and I will remain concerned about that because it's asking us to take a leap of faith about what those services are instead of saying something for context that it's consistent with what we've had before. And the more the pressure on the pricing increases, the more, people are going to ask me and the rest of us, what are we getting for that? Is there a pare back? Is there an increase? So we're still not beyond the area where I have concern, although I hear you. I would go back to your council and see if there's some other assurance that they can provide at a high level that might not be line items, but would say consistent with prior services. I mean, at a minimum, that should be something that they're comfortable with. But I'll leave it out there. I don't expect you to respond to that.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we could add as an exhibit or something like that. I'm not sure. I can talk to our people. But I understand
you.
I understand your concern
thank
on
you.
that. Yeah.
Could that be like a cover letter or something? That we got? from
Wouldn't
the
be
sheriff?
binding. Wouldn't be binding. If it's not on the contract, it's
Okay.
not binding.
I'll just share that Howard and I are. taking into consideration. Thank you.
Do you have a chart for us of comparing the old and the new?
The old contract.
Yeah.
In the
was
slides,
it.
I think that you had.
Yeah, the main thing is the only two parts I really targeted on the difference between the old contract and the new contract was this main one is your law enforcement services, because I knew that was the one causing everyone kind of concern. I can pull up, I got
I see.
documents of the
Okay.
old contracts. I thought it would be a lot of it's just the standard legal jargon, but I knew this one, the law services was the main one that had kind of changed significantly,
Mhm.
I think everything else is pretty much still the same legalese talk, but this one and the report were the main differences I saw between the two contracts. We still say we're going to wear sheriff's uniforms and insignia and stuff like that, but this was the main difference. So,
Yeah, and to be clear, I understand the intent that you're trying to get to. It's just we're in a difficult position with the increase, and the more we can have an explanation of or a recitation of the level of service, I think it will make part of our life easier. But I'll leave it out there for follow-up. with
yeah,
you.
no, I'll talk to them too, because like the radar trail, that's unique to Portola Valley. When I first worked here, I had to go get the van and take the trailer out and do all that stuff. So I get it, but so maybe if Howard and I will talk later, we'll see what we can do to make maybe a compromise with that.
One of the things I haven't seen in our discussions is when you do tickets and stuff, so traffic enforcement.
Mhm.
Do we get a portion of that? Is that just goes into your budget as part of it? Because, if we're paying for an officer to do that, do we get some of that revenue back, or how does that work?
I don't know the breakdown on that, so I don't want to quote on that, but I know we cover the costs associated with all the processing fees and the ticket pro machines we use and all that, but I do not know if you get a portion back. I just don't know the breakdown of how that works.
Okay, yeah, so Catherine, if you're looking for questions, I'd like to understand that.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
See, it caught you. So, sorry. I was just asking you about if there's any ticket revenue. So, if they issue speeding traffic tickets in general, whether we see any revenue from that.
Is this supposed to be, Howard? I don't have the numbers.
Well, no, I was just leaving it as, and Mark said he didn't know the answer. So you were just keeping questions
Oh, I
to,
see.
to follow up. So I wasn't expecting,
Add it to it.
yeah, add it to the list. Thank you.
And I know just from in the past, I think a decade ago, just listening to BPTS and from previous captains, that we get, it's a very little percent. I mean, it's only 2-3% that we get. The rest of it goes, from my understanding, to the court system and the
DMV, and I mean, I've seen the pie chart before, and I know that the sliver that the cities or the towns would get would be very small. I just don't know with this being a contract, how that service would work too, but I know I can't get the exact percentage, but I know a chunk of it usually goes to the state DMV courts.
I think a lot of it ends up in the court.
Yeah, because that's,
I know that like Atherton has their own police force, and I think they actually have their own court system, and that's how they were able to keep their citation fees and things, but it costs a lot of money to have them. It's probably not worth the cost of having them. It's probably less than the cost of having their own court system. or
Yeah, no,
whatever.
yeah, I wasn't suggesting to
Yeah.
go the court system. It was more, I didn't see anything in the contract and it doesn't feel like it's just covered by law enforcement services. So just as a, like, we're going to do law enforcement for you, it's like, great, but just didn't understand if there's revenue. And obviously, as we get to the next topic, which is about budget, we're going to be looking for revenue. So that was part of why I was interested.
the fiscal director couldn't be on this meeting, but she said you do get some money back from the tickets. I just don't know how much. I don't think it's that
Yeah,
sizable, but yeah.
I could wait for my answer. It doesn't have to be tonight. Thank you.
Mary, did you have other questions?
No.
So I just had one, and my apologies, I know you've covered this before, but the FTEs, I just need a refresher on the calculation because it boggles my mind a little bit. And I know you work on 12-hour shifts, so that, most people don't view an FTE as 12 hours.
I'm still
So,
trying to figure out a good way to put this. I'm trying to, wife was yelling at me last night saying I could have explained it better, but she's a sergeant with this, but
oh,
in order to provide you guys with 24-hour law enforcement service, to have a deputy assigned to Portola Valley 24/7, 365, we simply just can't have one guy, or two guys. So how we do it is we have 4 different teams, and 2 day shift and 2 night shift. And while I keep saying you're paying for 2 day shift, and that's probably confused a lot of people, so I apologize for that. You only have 1 deputy here 24/7. In order for us to provide that service for you year round, we have to have basically 4 people. You have to pay for 4 people to get that 24-hour coverage, 365 days a year. So we have, our day shift, just to keep it simple, they work 2 on and then 2 off. So when the one deputy A is at home on his days off, deputy B from day shift is working likewise. Our night shift deputies work 4 on and 4 off, and that's how they cover and get their time off and then their work time. So that's the.
but it equates to one deputy 24/7, 365
Yes.
at the end of the day. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Comments from the public? Rita Combs, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. At the finance meeting the other day, there was the question about what percent we receive from tickets. And I believe someone had said it was like 4% from tickets that are written in our town. But somebody else would have to check on that. I see throughout the contract, there's a lot of response things that the Sheriff's Department will be doing for us. But then for things that they're initiating for education in our town, I noticed that there was, some proactive stuff with the school system, but with the fentanyl crisis, opioid crisis, does the Sheriff's Department plan on doing any public education that's not initiated by the town on this particular crisis? And is that in the contract? Some of those type of education more than just with the school system or bicycle safety? Thank you.
I'm going to take comments and then if you want to come back and address that. in the next session. Are there other public, thank you, Rita. Are there other public comments or questions? We'll see if we can take them. Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging my question, and thank you, Captain Myers, for this presentation. I'm particularly interested in the 5.2 overtime rates because you provide hourly overtime rates for everyone. Going back to the 12-hour-a-day shifts, but these are salaried people, I imagine. Is this, how heavily are we relying on overtime, I think is my question, since you spell it out for every single one. And in a low crime community such as we are, apart from the 12-hour shifts that give us 24-hour-a-day coverage, do we rely much on overtime? Is that a big part of our overhead? So thank you for elaborating on that.
Thank you, Betsy. Other questions or comments from the hand up now if you have a question or comment. Okay, I don't see any other hands up right now. So there are 2 points that were brought up. Lauren, if you want to, however you want to address them.
Yeah, sure. We by all means can do the informational sessions on fentanyl use. We commonly do them as far as being proactive. Usually the school resource officers will engage the school with that. I don't know if we've done that with Portola Valley School District. I know we've been out there several times on like site surveys and items along that line, but we're more than willing to have anyone from our task force come out and they can give fentanyl presentations. I can work with Howard, or I can actually work with the school district on that if you'd like.
And we've had a discussion about overtime and how it factors into all this. Do you want to try to?
Yeah, so the deputies, and to her question, the deputies are on an hourly rate. It's not salary. The overtime is basically for them when they go on vacations or comp time, or they're away on training or something like that, and they have to be backfilled. And that is why the overtime's there in the budget. I don't have the breakdown right now, but the last year's actual budget was for that. But that overtime is kind of in all of our contracts is factored in. There's vacation hours, training hours, and whatnot.
And that overtime is partly a reflection of the fact that you are short-staffed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's common. I mean, it's happening everywhere. It's a little confusing, but it's actually, it's mostly not it's not because they're working a 12-hour shift. It's because they have to take a vacation and somebody else has to work extra hours above and beyond their 12-hour shift.
Yes.
I mean, this sounds like overtime. I mean, not overtime, but overhead. It's not a matter that they're too busy. I mean, they have 4 officers that rotate through. I mean, that's roughly the right amount of coverage. It's just they can't work 365 days, they're and cut in half, but they don't work all that time.
Yep.
So they give them vacation. When they give them vacation, somebody else works it.
Correct.
So I sort of get that, except it feels like we're paying for the overhead to bring somebody in, and we're paying them at the same time if we've already paid for 365 days. So that's the only thing I don't quite understand in the model. So maybe we're not really paying for 365 days. Maybe we're paying for 50 weeks a year. And then I'm asking, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to understand is.
I don't have that information for the breakdown right now. I can get that to Howard though.
Okay. Because that means the contract would be larger than what we're seeing. If it's a 50 week and there's always going to be, say, 2 weeks of vacation or a week, whatever you guys get, and then there's training on top of that.
But that overtime is built into the contract. I mean, it's built into the budget. So it's kind of, I mean, in a perfect world, there'd be one employee, one deputy for every single shift all through the county. And then there'd be like this pool of people who kind of float from place to place. And in reality is we have just enough people basically to cover them. So somebody who should be off duty is taking that when one of our deputies goes on vacation, somebody from San Carlos or somewhere else in the county, and they're overtime. So. I see what you're saying, but we had, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it actually all is factored into the budget that we're looking at. So it's not going to impact, it's not going to expand the budget. I think that's accurate, right?
Okay, I mean, that's the thing we should confirm. Because I mean, that's the problem with overtime. It's, you know, you see a lot of people's budgets that get completely blown out because of overtime. Yeah, so if it's just an accounting mechanism, but we've already accounted for it, then that's reasonable. But if there's actual real overtime numbers that we would see to true up at the end of the year, so to speak, that seems a little more problematic.
My impression was it's not the case, but we'll confirm that.
Yeah, and drilling down on section 3.4 of the new contract, it said the cost of additional services requested by the town. So the more you can define what's in the budget, like this additional services isn't really defined, and I don't know that it needs to be as long as our budget is all inclusive. Like of reasonably expected services. So there's a play between the two.
Yeah, I mean, we would pay overtime. I guess it's overtime, but if we got a motorcycle officer, are these the rates that we would pay for that officer? Is that the right way to think about this?
If you wanted to have like the option of having a motorcycle deputy?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if we decided, you know, we want a day of a motorcycle, then would that be using these overtime rates?
Yes.
Okay. But I mean, that would be sort of extra services, but not the free services. These are sort of very explicit.
Or likewise too, if you, at PV Palooza, if you wanted to have two deputies working PV Palooza, that overtime portion would cover that. So you'd still have your regular deputy working PV, and then you could have two guys on overtime working a special event or whatnot.
There's one more hand up from the public. I hadn't actually closed public comment. So Dale, go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you for your taking my question. Sorry, I had a little trouble unmuting there. I've got three quick questions. Number one, as some of you may know, we're working on an evacuation plan in the EPC. And does the contract include evacuation services in an emergency, or would that be extra? I think that's an important consideration. Number two, I want to follow up on Judith's comment about free services. Nothing is ever free. It comes from somewhere. And if it's coming from overhead, I have a concern that, say, someone who uses 60% of the SWAT services in the county is only paying the same rate, essentially an overhead that we are, where I'm not sure we've ever used any SWAT services. And so that's a question to really understand where that funding is coming from. And number three is a fundamental question. It's probably been covered somewhere else, is how does this affect unincorporated parts of San Mateo County? For example, Ladera is unincorporated. Are they covered by the sheriff's office? Are those residents charged extra services for the sheriff's fees? And if there is a call in Ladera, would our deputy that we're paying for respond to something in Ladera? So that's kind of a nuance there, but there's something I'm very curious why, how that is all paid for, and if there's extra fees. So thank you very much.
Go ahead. Address those if you want.
No, for the last question, as far as, yeah, if there was a priority call that was going on in the Los Trancas or something like that, where someone was going to get hurt, the Portola Valley deputy is going to go there. It's just a matter, it's, you know, if it's an important life-saving call, while there is an unincorporated car, that car for that beat, Ladera, Los Trancos is also part of Emerald Hills, West Menlo Park. So that car might be over there. So the PV car would go there to make sure everything is safe. And then as soon as the county car gets there, they would go back to Portola Valley. That's commonly what we do. Likewise too, if the PV deputy is tied up on a down tree or at another call for service, and another call comes out, the unincorporated car is going to go and cover that. So it kind of works both ways.
And do you want to talk about the evacuation service?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd be covered for evacuation. I've done more zone haven training and evacuation scenario training than I did Likewise too, we did we evacuated the Patola twice on Patolas twice, where we did we had a whole about 300 people. What?
Sequoias?
Sequoias, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I apologize. The Sequoias where we had actually, I think it was like 200 people actually got in their vehicles, drove around. We did a little loop-to-loop thing and gave them like a survival bag to make sure they had all their medications and stuff like that. So that any of those evacuation trainings, all the Zone Haven evacuation software that we use, that all of our deputies been trained in that. And that is, that's where the sheriff's office covers that cost. And if there was a fire or whatever like that, we're not going to be, charging you for evacuations. That's just part of the basic law enforcement service.
And he was asking specifically about SWAT teams, but there is this sort of question of cost allocation and how that was, and we had some discussion about how costs are actually allocated.
Yeah, like at the beginning of the year, all these specialized units, whether it's the motor unit or the drone unit or the SWAT team or whatever, they all are funded by the county through the sheriff's office, and they all have their separate budgets and all that. So that's always how we've done it. We've never charged, to my knowledge, charged the city for a SWAT call out. That's why some cities like San Carlos pays for a drone and they pay for a dog. So they choose to have those services available there 24/7. So that's why they decided to pay for that. But yeah, it's just part of our overall budget.
I have
Well, I don't see any other hands up from the public, so I think I will close that and we'll go on to this is our council discussion, but if you have a question.
Just to follow up on the evacuation question, if we wanted to do an evacuation simulation or an actual evacuation practice, how would that cost be accounted for? And what would it cost us as a town, and how would we budget it and so forth?
It would depend on how big you wanted it, how many moving parts. That's where that overtime budget could come into play. Just depends on what kind of scenario you want to do.
What would you suggest?
I think the main thing is, well, I know they haven't fully approved the evacuation plan. I just got a copy of it, so I got to look at that. But it's very difficult, or speaking with fire and us, we hate telling people to go route A all the time. We're going to train you to go left on Portola and go to 280 that way, because we don't know where the threat, where the fire is going to be. I think that the easiest thing to do is you can do some of these dry runs where you say, hey, meet at Ford Field and make sure you bring in all your medications, important documents, or whatever you're going to need if you had to evacuate for a day or two. I don't think you necessarily need to drive a specific route and all that stuff. You can keep it pretty simple. Just the process of grabbing what you need from your house, getting your loved ones, and meeting at a rally point.
So are you suggesting it wouldn't be extra cost to us?
It would be overtime that we would use if we had a staff with extra deputies to come in. That's where that overtime budget.
And we will already be paying that. Okay.
So this is a study session, so if there's other, I guess there's questions, or we're not making a decision. So if you have other questions or comments.
On the evacuation plan, there's the evacuation training. I think that's been covered well. If there's an actual evacuation though, I presume the on-duty deputy just helps organize that at no extra cost. And depending on the situation, you might need to pull in more. And I assume those extra people, if you did need to pull in more in a real evacuation, would be additional because it's so hard to budget for that. If you could
If it
tell
was
me.
like an actual fire and you had to evacuate.
Yeah, say there's an actual.
My
need.
opinion, the fiscal side of that would be like not even in, we wouldn't be worried about that. We would pull the red lever like we did when we had the fire up in Emerald Hills. And luckily that was during a weekday. And we had within, I think, 45 minutes, we had 50 deputies. So we pulled detectives out. Luckily it was right around 3 o'clock. So courts were shutting down. We pulled out a lot of our bailiffs and stuff. So when there's a fire and we pull the red lever to evacuate, we're not concerned about, who's charging who on. That's public safety and lives are in danger.
Yes, I had no doubt you guys would do everything needed. It's more, we can't budget for that. If you needed to pull 50, someone's got to pay that expense, right? So, but I don't see, on the other hand, a way to budget for that. So it's kind of, there's no way to plan for that cost, right? We
Yes.
just have to do in the moment what makes sense, right?
But usually that's mutual aid. Mutual aid.
That's what I was gonna say too. A
you-
lot
you
of that
don't-
would be covered if it was truly a fire, like a CZU or something like that. You're getting mutual aid and state reimbursement for all that stuff.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
Okay, I can look into that and get educated. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the council?
And likewise too, going on the evacuation thing, because I know the fire season's coming up, but like, same thing, if we go down to Monterey, we went down there for the floods when it had all the flooding down there. We don't charge Monterey for the 12 deputies or 12 officers that go down there. It's all a mutual aid agreement through Cal OES. And that's, we have to fill out all, I forget the DD, whatever form it is. Yeah. I blocked all those out. But, yeah. But yeah, that's all
Okay.
reimbursed. So anytime there's a fire request, it's always going to be a mutual aid with us. Because even we wouldn't have enough deputies to get there right away. We'd be calling in Redwood City, Menlo Park, everywhere in the county if we had to do a true evacuation. Do it right. So
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to update on the extension. So currently, right now, we have a 3-month extension from June 30th, so that's July, August, end of September. So I had a conversation with Sheriff Christina Corpus, and they are leading me to believe that they want to help the town. I don't have all the details yet, but on a potential another extension to buy this more time. But I don't have the details yet because that news just came in today and I have to digest it. So once we digest it and talk to the sheriff's office on how those details in the paperwork would look like, then we'll bring back forth. First, I'll bring it to the subcommittee to digest, and then we'll schedule some time for another council meeting.
Can I comment on that? And just as a reminder, the reason for that is because we got a 3-month extension, but because of the county supervisor calendar, it ate up 8 weeks of that 3 months. So it really, we were left with essentially 4 weeks. So if we, for instance, were to get a 6-month extension, it theoretically would truly, in effect, feel like 4 months. So they eat up 8 weeks of whatever that window was to get on the county supervisor's calendar. approvals and
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with that. Thank you very much for pointing that out. So let's say there is another 3 months, which would take us to the end of December. Technically, we would have to look at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it takes 8 weeks to get on this. over to the budget.
Thank you.
Well, if there's no other questions, then I think our next step on this is, what is our next step? on this?
We'll get the details concerning what the next offers are going to be from the sheriff's department. Again, I thank them because this is really, they are willing to work with us.
This will be coming back for further study, and at some point we will have to, we'll have to hammer out a new contract. We won't have to apply as quickly as we.
I'll just add that we heard the feedback from the study session regarding specific questions and potential terms to negotiate, but that would be part of the longer term contract, not, anything.
Thank you, Captain Meyer.
thank you. Good to see you guys again.
Thank
Howard,
you.
Stacy's going to get you the email for the ticket question. She's going to email that information to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much for showing up. Really, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 4A, which is a review of the proposed budget. Mrs. Cindy?
Thank you. Good evening, council and members of the public. My name is Cindy Rodas. I'm the finance director with the town of Portola Valley. We're here tonight along with staff to present the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Just to highlight our presentation tonight, we will be in the proposed annual budget, discuss fund balance and reserves with an update. We will review all of our departments and provide some information. Options on increasing revenues, as well as options for decreasing expenditures, strategies for the path forward, and questions and comments. In our proposed budget, we have identified council priorities. It is inclusive of council priorities. There is a concerning decrease in fund balance over the prior year. We do have a modest capital improvement program, for the most part by the number of projects, not really in the dollars, mainly focused on road improvements. Also, the capital improvement program is funded by restricted sources specific to the capital improvement program and road improvements. Within this budget, we are also using the remaining ARPA funds to reduce the overall impact on general fund, particularly in relation to the sheriff's contract. Within our proposed budget, we are not adding any new positions. There will be budget allocated for one-time general plan work. As the topic has come up numerous times, within this budget, we did incorporate a 60% increase in public safety costs, which would continue in future years. Staff will continue with ongoing analysis to identify budget reductions, as well as we'll discuss later on in our agenda tonight. So. There we go. Apologies for that. As I mentioned, later on in our presentation tonight, we will continue a discussion on revenue enhancement and bring that forward to council. In relation to our general fund budget, our property tax, we did allocate conservative growth in this budget. There is continued increase in sales and use tax, which has grown dramatically over the recent years. There is additional changes in other revenue, which includes excess ERAF, VLF, and UUT. Specifically for excess ERAF and VLF, the ERAF, just to clarify, is the Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. VLF is vehicle license fee. These sources come from the county, but there is some volatility in that revenue source. So it's not one that we can count on as a continuous source in future years. Related to our utility users tax, in effective July 1st of 2023, the rate will increase as the discounted rate of 6.5% will expire. The allocation for utility users tax is currently 6.5%, with 4.5% of that generating revenue for the general fund. The additional 2% of revenue received is allocated to the open space fund. With the increase of the 1%, we will then allocate 5.5% to general fund. No change with the rate to open space. Under our expenditures in the general fund, there are no significant changes in positions, no new positions added. We have the same number of FTEs. We did add in a modest COLA, which is reflective of the CPI of February 2023 of 5.3%. And we allocated that for our current filled positions. Again, within our expenditures, there is a substantial increase in public safety. And as Captain Myers was explaining previously, San Mateo County pursues full cost recovery. We do identify additional expenditures, an increase in expenditures in our property and liability insurance. This year, we do see an increase of about 11%. For our current fiscal year, 2022-23, we projected to end this fiscal year with a general fund reserve balance of $1.5 million. After further analysis and reviewing our revenues and expenditures since fiscal year 1920, we did realize that the projected revenue or the projected balance in our reserves, the unassigned reserves from 1.5 was actually maybe too conservative. So we did allocate $3 million as a updated the projected general fund unassigned reserve balance.
Is that something you just made up, or is it projected on the basis of income, or is it projected on the basis of performance, investment return?
Projected based on the, at the time when we projected our current fiscal year end balance, we did not have final numbers yet for our audit fiscal year 1920. So we did include the final performance of fiscal year 1920, as well as fiscal year 2021, 21-22. Those fiscal years did come in with expenditures under what was projected, which increased our general fund reserves. The GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association, recommends best practice that the minimum general fund reserve of at least 5 to 15% of operating revenues, or 1 to 2 months of operating expenditures. The GFOA did performed a survey of participating cities. Those cities reported that they had a minimum or a target between 10 to 30%. For Portola Valley, the adopted minimum fund balance is 60%, which essentially is the general fund budget, 60% of that. For the projected 2023-24 budget, we do the 60% minimum allowed for the assignment would be $5,281,687, 687. And that's based on our general fund budget of 8 million, 8.8 million. So essentially, our general fund unassigned reserves should be at a limit of 5.2 million. As I just reported, with the updated projected fund balance of 3 million, we would still be under that minimum requirement. I do want to direct your attention to the table I have up above. Here I just have a historical reference of our general fund operating budget, as well as the total reserves required from the general fund to balance the budget. As you can see, as the years have progressed in fiscal year 1920 and fiscal year 2021, as well as 21-22, we had an operating surplus in our general fund budget, which offset the requirement needed from our general fund reserves. Additionally, from our operating fund, we also require general fund support to our operating gas tax fund, as well as the capital improvement program. On the table, I also have indicated the revenue received from ARPA, which is our coronavirus recovery fund. We received 2 payments. Of those 2 payments, there will not be any additional payments. So overall, it's about $1.1 million. In fiscal years 21-22, 22-23, we did offset some costs to reduce the general fund impact, as well as the proposed budget for 23-24. The remaining funds, which is about $405,000, it will be allocated towards our increased cost to the sheriff's contract. As from the table, the total reserves required this fiscal year to balance the budget is just under 1.6 million. And that includes the operating budget, as well as the transfers and support to gas tax and the capital improvement program. Without the ARPA funds, the operating budget deficit would be much higher, an additional 405,000. Additional updates following the presentation to the Finance Committee. In our further review of the budget, there was an additional $80,000 that carried over from our prior budget from the current fiscal year. So we will be making that correction to the budget and reduce the overall impact and support to the operating transfers. Also, after further analysis under our utility users tax, we believe we under budgeted, and we plan to increase the revenue source by 150,000. At this time, we will be shifting into our departmental overview. So we will be reporting from our department heads. And I'll leave it to Clark.
Thank you, Cindy. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, Community. I have the opportunity to talk about our town manager budget. So for the town manager budget, we do not have any staff changes. As for the budget changes over the prior fiscal year, the changes are relatively consistent with previous years in relation to the CPI for costs. As we have many projects in the town manager's office, most of those are in non-departmental. As we cover IT, we have a new human resources department, so most of those costs are staying relatively flat for this year. The town clerk department, additionally, no staffing changes. And the only budget changes that I have to note for that department are an additional about $5,000 for elections, as election year is upon us, and an additional small lump sum, I think, of about $5,000, if I'm correct, for revenue enhancement. So they're pretty modest changes amongst those two departments. And thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. Lily. Within the finance department, there are no additional staffing changes. It'll be the same number of positions, which includes myself, the current position, which is the finance analyst, which we do propose. There will be a classification change to a senior accountant, as well as the finance technician. The reclassification of the finance analyst to senior accountant will increase that position by 12,000. We are currently undergoing some restructuring within the finance department and have determined that this level of skill set would be much more valuable to the department than the finance analysts. Within the finance tech position, there will also be an increase overall of about 17,000 for that position. There was also an increase within the finance department of additional $15,000 allocated under our accounting and auditing line item. This would be to provide additional support to complete our audits. Additionally, an addition of 10,000 to assist in customizable reports to assist in our finalize our implementation from our new financial system. And overall, those would be the only changes within the finance department. I'll hand this over to Howard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'll just go through the public works and operations budget really quick. So right now we have 4 full-time employees, a director, 2 maintenance workers, and we have 1 maintenance worker position vacant. We do use engineering consultants to supplement. Majority of that is private site development review. So that we do. So these are the subdivisions or the homes. We review, the department reviews the grading and drainage plan, and we have engineering consultants to do that. The next bulleted item for engineering reviews for the town right-of-way and infrastructure items. Now, these are funded some through gas tax and or general fund, depending on what the work is on. For instance, engineering in the right-of-way will be funded by gas tax. However, we also have 30 lots and properties, and those cannot be charged the gas tax. So those will come out of general fund or any assistance in the office. So that is the public works operations staffing. Next slide, please. We're going to go into the budget. There are no significant changes, so we're going to go through some numbers here quickly. There is a Fund 210 Fire Services. What that is for is the fire mitigation program in the right-of-way that's occurring right now, and on our lots, the town-owned lots. So that there's a budget there, and once again, we use the fire department's crews to assist us with that. Budget 340, customer deposits, permits, and applications. Once again, this is for engineering review of private development, once again, subdivision and homes of the grading and drainage plan that we support, my department supports, and encroachment permits. So these deposits are about the same, 120,000 a year that are from applicants. No change from last year. Let's see, section 410 community hall. That is for general building maintenance and janitorial. There are no significant changes there. Section 420, parks, fields, and maintenance division. This is for field renovations, athletic field maintenance, material, supplies, contract mowing, irrigation repairs, gopher trapping, instead of rodenticides. No significant changes there. Please. Big one is section 510. Public Works and Roads and Facilities Operations. This one is a general fund portion. There is general fund portion, there is a gas tax portion, and there is a library fund portion. I'm just going to start with the general fund portion first. Some of these things cover the state mandates, town center building and landscape maintenance, janitorial, applicant site development review. We have $25,000 in there because there is this new state mandate for stormwater pollution prevention that requires us to inspect private development post-development after they finish their improvements. So that is something new, and we budgeted $25,000 for that program. We will need to determine what we need to do for cost recovery on that. And not only there's this 25,000, there's a previous 25,000 that we've taken because that's for stormwater inspection of commercial properties. Years ago, the county used to do that, and they've essentially dropped it and said, well, cities need to do that. And that was just everyone in the county had that. And that, I believe, is another, that was 25,000 there. So together, that program is costing us $50,000. So also within 510 in the Public Works is the gas tax portion that maintains our roads, pays for the street sweeping, street signs, trails maintenance, tree trimming, and engineering services involved in the road right of the gas tax. And once again, those are restricted funds that come in. We have to use it on those items. Then there's the library fund portion. We own the library building. They use it. We do maintain it. So there's a library fund for those things too. So in general, it's very similar to last year in these funds. So I'm going to move on to capital improvement budget. Really, there's no significant changes other than 710 is the road and right of way. We have a larger street resurfacing project, but once again, on the street resurfacing projects, those are mainly restricted funds. That once again, gas tax, Measure W, Measure M, those types of things that specifically for road resurfacing. So, and there is a small bit of general fund, but that general fund is required because there is maintenance of effort. It's almost like a matching that we have to do to get the rest of it. So capital improvements under parks and fields, no significant changes. We have a playground walkway. 725 open space. This is a big ticket item. The Conservation Committee requests the scope for the Frog Pond and Spring Down items, 94,000. It's very similar to last year, maybe a little less. Under 730, facilities and buildings for capital improvements. And these are big ticket items, not maintenance. Replacement of a boiler at Town Hall, some consideration for space design. So that is a wrap up of the Public Works section. I'm here for any questions.
Moving on to
You're
planning
not
and building.
asking questions now.
I'm sorry,
I'll open it up for Laura with building and planning.
I don't know if I missed something in the. Okay, hi everyone, it's Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director. I am on a shared Wi-Fi, sorry. Through the mayor, if you would please interrupt me if you can't hear me. I apologize, I'm having a little bit of signal problem, so my camera is off. So I just wanted, am I okay, Jeff?
Right now, but
Okay, great, thank you. So I wanted to give a couple of high level kind of highlights within the planning and building department to help you consider some of the difficult questions that you have in front of you. I wanted to remind everyone or let people know if you're new to this process that we use consultant services for our building inspection. inspections and for our plan check services. So when we're reviewing architectural plans, that's done by outside consultants, and our building inspections themselves are provided by outside consultants. So you'll see that there are big numbers in both revenue and expenses in the building division, but that is really like a pass through where we take the money in for that permit for those services, and then we pay our plan check and inspection services. So even though there are big numbers there, they're not something that we can really make adjustments to. I also wanted to point out that inspections for our larger homes span over multiple fiscal years very often. So we might receive a big permit fee for a very large and complicated house and then do inspections on it over 2 or sometimes even 3 years. And so sometimes there's not a direct relationship between the fees that are collected and the services that are provided. This is typical in a building department. So you're going to see numbers go up and down a little bit, and sometimes that number has to last for a couple of years. So just wanted to share that information for those of you that have not had an opportunity to talk about that before. Also wanted to touch on building official services. We added formal building official services a couple of years ago, and this has been very beneficial in terms of our policy development and as well as our customer service. We did propose a small increase in our building official services this year because of town initiatives such as our enhanced green building ordinance, as well as our wildland urban interface fire resiliency code. Do require us to do additional communications and additional interpretations. So there's just a very small increase, but those building official services continue on our recommendation. I also wanted to point out that the way that our fee schedule is set up right now, we don't have a clear way to get cost recovery for building official services because those were added after the current fee study that we're in. So there is an opportunity in the future to get more cost recovery. This is a relatively small line item though, in the order of around $35,000 to $38,000 a year. But with a fee study, we do think that we'd be able to get more cost recovery. Next slide, please, Cindy. And then in the planning division, I wanted to kind of highlight just a few notable expenses. I wanted to mention that we have planning consultant services, and this is customer service. So these are things that are not directly reimbursable by the applicants. So we will typically do general customer service, answer questions, talk to people about ADUs, help them get a sense of generally how the process works. And that is funded by the general fund. In fiscal year 22-23, we had $30,000 originally budgeted for that, which was then moved to ARPA, so it didn't have to be paid out of the general fund. But we found last fiscal year that that was not nearly enough to cover our basic customer service needs, especially in light of the housing element effort and that our full-time permanent staff was working so much on that aspect of the work. So for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, what we have in the budget proposed is $40,000 for customer service through our consultant planners, plus the $38,000 that we've already discussed with you related to the shared housing staff. Then I also wanted to talk a little bit in our notable expenses in the miscellaneous consultants line. So this is an area that I thought is worthwhile to touch on for a moment. So this is where we gather 2 different categories of consultants that may work for us. Some of them are on an ongoing basis, and some of them are for specific projects. So we all know that in fiscal year 2022-23, there was a tremendous amount of work on the housing element. So for example, the 21 Elements contract was $11,500 and is now going back to something more typical at $2,500. For Urban Planning Partners for the safety element, $64,000 and now down to $20,000. On this line item, this is something I will need to come back to the council and make sure that we're aligning our scope of work with what you expect. On the housing element itself, from 110 down to 0. On the CEQA analysis, $171,000 down to 5,000. And this is just some final work that we'll need to do related to the safety element and our CEQA analysis. And then also a big reduction from one year to the next. And Lisa Wise, their consulting firm, helped us with a lot of our site analysis with the housing element. And now we need to finish the zoning code amendments that are associated with that. And so budgeting reduction from 100,000 down to 75,000 in the proposed upcoming year. So we just wanted to highlight some of those miscellaneous consultant charges because I know that those can be big ticket items and can be confusing for people to follow. So I believe that wraps it up for me. Oh, we have this slide next. Thank you, Cindy. Also wanted to talk about in the non-departmental category. I provided some estimates related to the housing element post-approval plan. And so I did some follow-up conversations with council members Haskell and Taylor, and staff identified the areas that we think will need budget before there would be a mid-year adjustment. So a little insight into my thinking. I was understanding that the council has some challenging decisions in front of it. And so I wanted to think about what would need to get started sooner versus later as we're working on the sheriff's contract. So these are the items that are identified as in the preliminary housing element plan, post-adoption plan is needing to get started right away. So these are general terms that I think people will kind of be familiar with, and in your discussion, if you want to bring this back, we certainly can. But the larger items are related to evaluation of the Sunrise sites and forming an ad hoc committee and meeting with that ad hoc committee. So I've got that estimated at $27,000. And then the really big ticket item is the CEQA thresholds of significance. And this is quite a rough estimate at $75,000. In talking to Cara on this item before her departure, she thought it actually could be quite a bit more than this, but I was trying to make the best estimate that I could with the information that I have available. So all of these items together, we included $130,000 in the budget for your consideration under the non-departmental line item. I think that then concludes my part in handing it back over to the team.
Thank you, Laura. This is a good segue into discussing our non-departmental department. Items listed in our non-departmental proposal include budget items not specific to a department. There are various departments within our overall organization structure that do not generate revenue. For example, finance department, admin department. So the non-departmental budget will offset those expenditures from the general fund revenue sources. The largest revenue source in our general fund proposed is property taxes, which is just under 45%, with total sources of $3.9 million. Also, with our general fund expenditure requirements, the largest category of our expenditures by far is the services and supplies, which is right about 50% of our total budget, which is $4.3 million. Within this category, services and supplies, this is the budget that includes some of our big ticket items, including public safety, as well as miscellaneous consultants.
So to speak from the town manager's office about some of our items that are in the non-departmental budget. One of the costs that has increased has been for our telephones. We have switched to a VoIP, voice over internet phone system that would allow for better usage for our staff to be able to utilize their phones at home versus just having a stagnant phone line in their office. They would be able to answer them either via their computer, via the phone they could physically bring home on their own cell phone. Another additional cost is the softwares and licenses. As you can see, that number is quite high, as most softwares and licenses do increase about 5% per year per software, usually per license. So that tends to be a high cost. Additionally, we have our ads, our advertisements and postage that also includes all members of the town for all of their advertisements, postage related to clerk's office, public works, finance, etc.
Thank you, Corey. I did also want to identify one of our categories that has increased as far as budget requests. Here's just a quick snapshot of our recent budgets related to committee proposals. We have a small source of revenue that we have factored in as well that offsets the total expenditures. As you can see in the adopted 21-22 budget, the overall approved committee budgets is just under 90,000. In our actuals reflected, the actuals came in way under budget and was offset by the revenue received. This was the first time we also participated with event fundraising specific to PV Palooza. So this was a very well attended event, but does come at a high cost. So the revenue offsets the total expense, but the overall expenditure is still a general fund requirement. For our current fiscal year, we have seen also an additional increase. The total adopted budget of 94,650. Year-to-date actuals, these are to date, so there will still be additional changes and increases in our total expenditures to account for the PV Palooza event that just took place last week. But overall, we are currently at expenses of a total of 95,000. This is across all committees. Offset with some revenue. Again, it's not all of it is actualized. We did receive a lot of event fundraising support. So this the revenue received will definitely offset the total expenditures. As you can see from the chart, the committee that holds the PV Palooza event, which is the Cultural Arts Committee, proposed a budget of 13,500. Currently, the budget year to date is at 41,495. And as well as the proposed budget for our committees, the proposed did increase of 114,550. This does include new requests from committees who have not previously submitted budget requests in the past, which include the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, Open Space Acquisitions, as well as the Geologic Safety Committee. One additional note to make related to our committees is some costs that are not necessarily reflected in this table. Is also the overhead and staff costs related to run these events. So it requires participation from admin staff, finance staff, of course, as well as public works to prepare the town center site for these ongoing events. We will now be discussing increasing revenues and providing council with some options. On a short term, we can do a fee analysis and update our fees and also policy consideration on full cost recovery. This would be the fee study that could allocate additional revenue to the general fund. Some other long-term options could be parcel tax, as well as an increase in our utility users tax. We will go into more detail as we segue into the next topic on revenue enhancement. Another option that we are bringing forward to council to consider is also decreasing expenditures. Staff has continuously reevaluated the budget as it was proposed and are looking at additional cuts that we could make in some of our line items. From this list here, our town attorney and legal services, we did allocate in the general fund budget 300,000. Historically, this budget level has been at 140,000. The past two fiscal years, last fiscal year 21-22, as well as 22-23, we have come quite over budget related to legal costs on our housing element. We do propose a further reduction of that total budget of 300,000 by 120. The new proposed budget would still be higher than our historic $140,000 budget. And this would be to allocate additional increases under our new interim town attorney agreement. This would still be a general fund expenditure. We have also proposed in our current fiscal year, so for last year in 22-23, initially proposed the option to fund open space maintenance out of the open space fund rather than it being a general fund obligation. The current budget allocates 94,100. This budget was provided by our input from our conservation committee on regular maintenance work on town-owned open space. We propose to, again, reduce this line item of 94,100 by allocating this cost by a new funding source, again, to be the open space fund rather than general fund. With our fuel mitigation program, we did increase the budget this year at 303,000. We do propose a approximately 25% reduction in that overall budget for a new proposed budget of 227,250. This would still be funded by the general fund. Also an item that was recently approved by the council was a fee reimbursement for the Willow Commons project. This was allocated under general fund as a reimbursement source. We propose to reduce this general fund impact by allocating the reimbursement to be funded by our housing fund in the amount of 185,340. We also have allocated here our maintenance worker, our vacant position. So we do plan to freeze this position as an option to reduce our overall impact. So this would no longer be funded from the general fund at a total of 77,000. As our Public Works Director, Howard Young, was presenting earlier today, we did receive news that the extension on the sheriff's contract would be extended out in an additional 3 months. As we're still getting more details on that, I did just plug in a figure here just to give us a better sense of what that reduction could be. And I allocated the same discounted rate that they provided to us for the first 3-month extension with a reduction of 213,000. With those reductions, the overall total would be 765,446. That would be for the new general fund proposed budget. It would, go from 2.5 million to 1.7, with two new funding sources being the open space and the housing fund. Also moving into strategies for the path forward. There are a few issues to consider and monitor for the long term. Within our revenue sources, it is urgent that we identify potential new revenue sources. We also propose the Nexus study to assess our current fee schedule and make sure that we are getting the proper cost recovery. Again, briefly on our UUT for fiscal year 23-24, we are allocating an additional 1% for the increased rate that will be effective July 1st. The ERAF and BLF shortfall, as I mentioned previously, this is a category under our property tax revenue. Potentially, it could be a reduction of anywhere between about $400,000 to $800,000 in a reduction in our revenue, just because of the volatility within this revenue source. With our increased wildfire support, we also need to capture more revenue to support this growing expenditure. As mentioned previously, with the open space maintenance, the possibility of using open space fund to offset the cost for the maintenance on an annual basis. Our town center facility, while it's a beautiful place, it does take a lot of time and attention, as well as the cost. There are mechanical systems that are in need of repair or updates. Also, we will be reaching out to the library system to discuss further on donor funds to continue to maintain the library building, so that would be allocated under the library funds. Additionally, as I mentioned previously, under the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, or Coronavirus Recovery Fund, we do not expect any additional revenue. We have received the total allocated fund that would be allocated to Portola Valley. This is just under $1.1 million. Within this proposed budget, we did utilize the remaining funds to offset the increase in the sheriff's contract. As we move forward, strategic next steps, we plan further discussions with the sheriff's office in the negotiation of the contract. As we will bring forward later on tonight, further discussion on revenue enhancement, we will bring more details related to possibilities of revenue enhancement, as well as bringing forward potential budget workshops and study sessions as we move forward and propose a potential mid-year budget update and revision. At that time, in evaluating our budget workshops, we'd like to further the discussion on priorities and balancing resources with expectations. For the fiscal year 2023-24 calendar, it's just a quick list of our efforts towards the budget. We did propose or present the proposed budget to the Finance Committee on June 9th. As reported earlier, there was a public Q&A with the Sheriff's Department to discuss the contract. Tonight, we're here to review the proposed budget, as well as continue the discussion with revenue enhancement. We plan to come back at a special meeting on June 27th for the public hearing on the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, as well again to any potential workshops and mid-year revision towards the budget. At this time, I'd like to just open up for any questions or comments.
You, Cindy. We will do council questions for staff and then I think we will take a short break and then we'll come back for public comment and discussion. So right now, I'll just, my colleagues have questions for Cindy, Howard, or other staff. Judith?
Sure. When we're moving in your department, Cindy, from a finance analyst to a senior accountant, I think the delta in your budget was around 12 to 15K roughly. But in the materials where we consented to change that, I thought the expected difference could be in the 30,000 range. So can you help me understand the way you're thinking about that?
Yes, so we were actually factored in some savings, and I can take it over to Corey, and maybe she can add a little bit more to that.
So in our position count, we have our town clerk leveled at about 140,000, I believe, at the maximum point. And we were able to bring, we actually, as an announcement, I don't know if this is an appropriate point, but we have received an acceptance on an offer for a town clerk. There's some good news to throw in there, well under that high point. So we were able to reallocate those funds towards the senior accountant. So those have already been allocated for a different position. So the only addition in that line item would be about a $12,000 increase.
Congrats.
Can I comment on that?
Well, let's.
Okay.
Let's keep those questions on this. The clerk is not actually on the agenda, so.
Right, but
let's-
it's already, is it actually happened? And I mean, doesn't have to be approved, it doesn't have to be approved by the council.
It's a staff decision to make that.
Are you asking if it's a done deal?
Yes, it's a done deal. So that type of position is hired through the management staff.
Okay. The PV Palooza, was that not planned for, I mean, how did we end up with 30,000? It was a great event from everything I heard, so no criticisms here, but you know, how do we think about that going forward? Was it unexpectedly large? Did we intend to recoup money and didn't? I'm not quite sure.
Well, so the numbers are still new. We will still continue to capture some of those sponsorships and revenue to offset the total expenditure. Also, in looking at the event, it's also due to timing because the event did take place in June. It's still under this current fiscal year, which the event that also took place last year was also captured under this fiscal year as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That was not clear to me. All right, and then on the savings, the slide you had on that, the Willow Commons, we almost approved tonight if it had been to the right thing. So how does that save us? We just transfer between internal funds. Is that how it would work, even though they're out of pocket like this year, this fiscal year?
Yes, so rather than the reimbursement being funded by the general fund, it would be funded by the housing in lieu fund instead.
And you can move that, even though it was incurred in one fiscal year, you can move it in the next.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
By council decision, yes, we could make that adjustment.
Okay, all right, those are my questions. Thanks.
Sure. So going back to PV Palooza again, kind of like, I just don't understand, like, how do we decide to spend that money? Like, are there no fiscal controls? Does that seem like it's a pretty big expenditure, and I'm not sure exactly how it got approved.
So the that is actually one item that we would like to bring forward, that these large committee events actually get council approval, as we're seeing with the impact in this fiscal year's budget. Also in proper planning and allocating also the timing for the event. To be, I didn't necessarily know that there would be 2 PV Paloozas funded under this fiscal year budget. So we would also need to just have proper communication between committees and finance as well, to understand the timing of when these events will take place, to prepare the proper payments to vendors. So all of that takes a lot of preparation and communication.
Yeah, I think the question I was asking is a little simpler, which is really just what are the financial controls? Like who approved doing it this year? I mean, I understand the mechanics, but for argument's sake, and I'm not proposing this, but that in the next budget, if we decide not to approve that, it's already out of our hands. It's been approved. So did somebody approve this, or is this just a hole in our financial control?
No, actually, this was an event that was, it was approved by our previous town manager. I don't think all of the details were totally ironed out as far as what the total expenses would be. The overall event, yes, was approved, but the breakdown of the finances was not
But
totally
it was
outlined.
approved by the town manager effectively.
Just to add this, I believe the original event was also approved by the council the first time it was done. And that would have been 2 years ago now, but the council approved the initial PV Palooza. And then I think I don't think we actually went back and reapproved it for this coming year.
Right. So I'm just asking a question about,
Yeah.
I mean, I think the answer to my question is really no, there's not really a financial control. We didn't have it in our budget and yet we approved it going forward. So, and we didn't find other budgetary place to say, oh, well, it's going to, instead of spending money on X, we're going to spend it on PV Palooza. We just spend it. So it's okay. I just want to understand. So as we go forward,
Yeah.
I mean, unless I'm missing it, it feels like there's not a financial control.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I think my understanding is it was delayed last year because of COVID. So they pushed it off, which is why we ended up with 2 in 1 fiscal year. So that kind of answers that question. I have a feeling there was probably an oversight to really connect the dots there that we were doing 2 in 1 fiscal year. Secondarily, based on my experience when I was on this committee, there is definitely a budget. Sounds like it probably went over, is what ended up happening. And I don't know where the controls were to your point on that.
Yeah. Okay. So
But also, this was just a couple days ago, so who knows
Yes.
how it will all shake out. is my
Exactly.
assumption.
Yes, back to that point, yes, not all the numbers are in yet. So we have not fully allocated all of the revenue and the donations and sponsorships.
And that's,
That
I
will be
wasn't looking for that level of detail. It's a financial control question. And I think the answer is there wasn't one, and it's okay. So we can move on. How about COLA versus revenues? Like, how does the COLA percentages and our revenues compare?
So the factor that we use, the percentage increase for COLAs and increases in the revenues is equal. So we do factor in the CPI, which is the February 2023 rate of 5.3%. So the COLA is at the same rate as any of the increases that we factored in, unless there are other reasons that we may have a larger factor for our revenues.
And to
think I-
build on that for planning and building fees, the fee schedule gets adopted every year and gets increased every year. So in theory, the COLAs are going up at the same percentage as the fee schedule is going up, so that they equalize.
And how does that compare to our major revenue, which is property tax?
For property tax, it's similar. So we went with a much more conservative rate this year at 5% in fiscal year 2021, 21, 22. We went much higher at a little above 6%. So we project that it will be a little more flat for the upcoming fiscal year. So we were much more conservative this year. we've been pretty on target for the total revenue received under our property tax line item.
Okay, thanks. So then on the ARPA, one of the spreadsheets that I was looking at, it looked like our last ARPA payment was in 22, 23. But it seemed like you're talking about ARPA covering a contract in 23, 24.
Yes, we have unspent funds under the ARPA fund. So there were projects that were planned and allocated to be funded by ARPA that were not executed. One of those being setting up a Zoom room in the community hall building, which was about $160,000. So there were some projects that were not completed, and those funds have been reallocated in this budget, the remaining funds, to help offset that cost with sheriff's contract.
Okay, so they're effectively like in the general fund reserve and then we reallocate them next year,
They are in the ARPA fund reserve.
but we get to keep that.
We get to, yes, so we are expected to, well, actually, under the guidelines, we must spend these funds by year 2026.
Got it. Okay, fine. That's so they're not really expiring in this fiscal year. We've got, I mean, we won't get any more, but
Correct.
we have some time to spend. Okay, great.
Correct.
That is my question. And then the last one, I noticed under Public Works, there were a number of capital projects for what sort of read to me like maintenance, like Spring Down and Frog Pond and trail stuff. Is that a capital expense? I mean, how do we think about capital expenses versus a maintenance, which I would have thought was an operating expense?
Yes, we have continued further discussions on just looking at our total capital improvement program. Historically, that's where we have budgeted these items. That's where it was also included in the previous current fiscal year budget. But in looking at the numbers, it seems more appropriate to also list that under the operating fund. So that is one of the changes that we're planning to bring forward in the final budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mary, a question.
I can remember. Let's see. Were a lot of questions that came up, but I suppose the one that is hopefully the most constructive would be, what are the barriers to actually charging for the services that we give in town center, like TV, police, or like house there, all the various different things that we've done that we're told we can't charge for, or we can't sell things, we can't raise money, and yet it's a great opportunity. We get people there, we got people paying attention, wanting to sign things, wanting to pay for things, and we're giving it all away. So that's my big question, because I think that there's a lot of revenue that we could be getting from actually allowing people to utilize the facilities at cost or above. That'd be my main thing. I mean, TV Versa looked like a pretty good party to me. I mean, I had a great time. I loved every minute of it. But we were paying people to play. We were paying for their equipment. We were paying for everything. We were giving money. The donors, they're residents giving money to this. So it's all outflow, and yet the participants are not being allowed to participate. Then they maybe would be just as happy to participate than paying for it, or paying part for it. So that's my theoretical problem. And of course, we've been running into it with all of our fairs, because there's lots of constraints and lots of expenses expected from us, like getting insurance and getting special documents to the town and so forth. We're not running it like a business. We're not actually trying to facilitate the fundraiser. And that's the world of business. Because I think when people are producing this, they're feeling like it's trying to meet the demands of the town instead of having I feel like the town is supporting them in a big fundraiser to improve the rural nature of the town or to improve the music and culture of the town, or whatever, and make it into a fundraiser.
So related to the fundraising, again, we do plan to come back with final numbers on what the total sponsorships will be, so that we can see what the true cost under that particular event for PV Palooza. We do have other smaller revenue coming in from. I'm gonna
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand
So-
the getting people to do that, but the participants.
So we do also have additional revenue coming in from smaller. So we just recently had a trivia night that was held through the Parks and Rec Department. That also offset some costs. So we're definitely open to additional sponsorships and fundraising for these events to offset the total costs. I think your initial question related to restricting donations or payments for some of these items is directly related to the community hall building. So the community hall building does have some restrictions related to the grant that was received for the construction of that building. So we're not allowed to charge for events that take place in the community hall building. We can, though, if it is a community event, we can charge a certain fee that would just be to offset the total cost to hold the event. But there are no restrictions of the overall town center to sell items, to recover costs, or there are no restrictions in that, only specifically to the community hall building.
Is there any kind of sunset on the community hall restriction?
Under the agreement, it is a minimum reporting requirement of 20 years, which means it can continue on for longer.
But where are we in that?
15.
Still heard my question, but can we charge admission for these?
Yes.
And how do, and whether that could be part of what we were talking about.
Sure, definitely. That could be part of the proposal by the committees if they plan to hold an event, and if they would like to charge an admission fee, that could be part of the proposal as well.
Do you have other questions, ma'am?
I still don't think that, I mean, they're not, they would not, they would be raising it for the town. It would be our sponsorship of that event. That funds would go to the town.
Yes.
And the other thing is this, yeah. Okay, I'll do that. I guess one of the questions I had was whether having an in-house building inspector would save us time and money. And that's probably for Laura. I certainly miss our old building inspector, somebody that you could know and trust, and he showed up and he anticipated. And again, the cost recovery there. Let's see if I turn the things in.
Mary, Laura has entered. If
Okay,
you'd like to
yeah,
ask that question.
Your thoughts, Laura? A full-time.
All I heard was building.
building.
Yeah, all I heard was
building.
building inspector. I couldn't hear the rest of it. So maybe if you could talk into the mic a little more.
It seems to me that having an in-house building inspector would help us with both the maintenance of our own buildings and would help us with the inspections and the relationship with residents moving forward. And
So
it'd be
there-
cost effective.
So there are two different things in play: relationship with residents and then the costs. In terms of relationship with residents, I think it could be possible to have an improvement with an in-house building inspector. We have not had the enough demand for inspections to warrant hiring a building inspector and to kind of balance the services. There's additional costs that come along with having an in-house building inspector when you only have one inspector. Related to vehicle costs, since they're driving around all day. We still have to have an on-call inspector in case that person is sick or on vacation. So it's a little bit more complicated than it sounds, but it could be possible and it could result in some modest savings. But I would say the savings would be in this kind of low tens of thousands. So maybe, 20 or so $1,000 a year we might save. We do have interest among one of our existing staff members to potentially become a building inspector for the town. And so we have included in the budget additional training costs to train that person so that they can eventually, hopefully, become a building inspector. So that is my goal for the department. Several things would still have to line up for that to be possible, but we're hoping that that will be the case. And if that turned out to be the case, there might be an adjustment at the mid-year budget adjustment, but it would not be significant cost savings. Did that answer your question?
I think the component maybe you didn't talk about was our own buildings and our own, the maintenance of our own facilities and how the building inspector could actually be of assistance to us in decreasing costs there.
A building inspector would not do that. When Howard was in charge of building inspection, there was a model that did that. And my understanding is that that was not as successful as people hoped it would be. It's a different skill set. Inspecting buildings versus maintaining buildings. And I think it would be difficult to have a successful recruitment for a building inspector. It's very difficult to recruit building inspectors. It's a very, very in-demand position. I think it'd be very difficult to be successful. I think in a different scenario, it would probably be more successful if a building inspector was able to do other functions that the town needed, either within the engineering division related to engineering technician responsibilities, or within the planning and building department that are already directly related to a building inspector's work.
It's your call.
Do you have other questions now? Sure.
So there's just so much information presented and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. And I guess the way that I'm thinking about it is like short term right now, we're having to pull 1.5 million for reserves versus obviously we have a long-term problem as well that we need to look at long-term revenue enhancement solutions for. And so in my head, it's just easier to kind of separate the two. And so my questions have to do with the first part. And so I'm just trying to make sure I'm thinking through this correctly. And so my understanding to get us back into line with our reserves policy of 60%, based on the math that I've done, I think we have about a $900,000 gap. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so is it an effective use of like, in the way of thinking through this and thinking about possible cuts that we could make that are for the short term for this coming fiscal year, chipping away to try and decrease that $900,000? Is that a good way for me to be thinking about that?
Yes.
For this short term fix, not the long term. I mean, we're not going to be able to do like a parcel tax this year, for instance. It's going to take some time.
Yes.
So I guess, so is that, just to kind of frame my mind around the task at hand? So to
Yes.
speak.
And just to refer back to one of the slides where we had identified some potential cuts short term that we can incorporate in this budget cycle, which would be around the tune of around 700,000. And that's also, let me go back to that. Yeah, so a total reduction of about $765,000. And that also does not include that correction of 80,000. So that would also increase the total reduction on our general fund impact.
What was that 80,000 for again?
The 80,000 was related to general fund support to our gas tax
Okay.
fund.
Okay, and so looking at that, because that's the slide that I was looking at, it's the one decreasing expenditures options.
Mhm.
Some specific questions there. Is the 213 that's in there for the sheriff's extension, that's the current extension, not the hoped additional extension?
This is actually factoring the additional extension. So the
Okay.
first 3-month extension was already factored into the budget.
Okay. So I guess, well, I'll save that for comments. Let's see, what else did I want? Another question on expenditure, well, the short term, this current year, when Howard was presenting and he showed the stormwater expense increase, and there was a mention about cost recovery. Is that implied that we could, what would that look like? And is that something that would be short term to recover that cost right away so that it's like net flat, or what is the, how does that all work for that?
So this is a fairly new requirement that got dropped onto many of the cities.
Right.
And so they're grappling with how do we, the state says, we got to do this right now. We have to post-inspect homes that were already built with these drainage systems. We have to go back in there and inspect them. So there's not a structure yet. No one, I don't believe there's a structure yet for cities to go back to them or as they build them. So when they build their home, I think there's an opportunity to get those funds up front. But because some of these homes are already built and they implemented the rule already, there's nothing, it's kind of late. So I think we have to come up with some kind of method for cost recoup. And I think a lot of cities are in the same boat right now. And I think as the months go by, some cities will come up with some cost recoup method that we could probably hopefully copy also, but then also implement it as the homes are being built, not after the build.
Right. But then am I understanding it correctly? There was $25,000 there that is an additional expense for us in the meantime until we have a plan in place to recoup future costs?
Yes, there's actually two portions. There's a $25,000 that has been in existence that the county dropped something for industrial, commercial inspections, stormwater inspections for commercial properties. That one we could look into cost recoup also. So that's an old one. That's been around for maybe 3 years already. Then there's this new requirement that's another $25,000 for homes, post-inspection of homes. So we probably should look at them both together as to how we can cost recoup the $50,000 that we spend, that we will be spending.
Okay, so this is more future spending versus, is this in this 23-24 budget?
Yes, it is current because they're implemented, because they have a deadline date to implement this. We have to do it.
And if I can build on that, I have implemented similar regulations when the stormwater regulations changed last time at a previous city, and we did create a cost recovery structure for it. And so you have to analyze through a normal kind of fee study system, but it can be relatively quick for this kind of thing to analyze how much the actual costs are of providing that service. And then you amend the fee schedule, and then you have a system to charge the applicant. And so it could be done through a fee study of, for example, we could do the building fees so that we could increase a little bit of cost recovery there and get cost recovery for the building official. And we could do the engineering fees at the same time. And that way there could be more cost recovery for stormwater as well as potentially other items that are in the public works shop.
And so these are.
So it might be something that building and engineering could go in together on to do a fee study.
So these are strategies, Laura, that you're describing that could decrease the overall cost, basically.
Yes,
time.
and yes, and they would, that kind of fee study might be, for example, $25,000. I'm kind of, approximately to do that kind of fee study. And so it takes, you would start to get cost recovery that would overcome that $25,000 in the first year and certainly in the second year.
Another question is you mentioned that you forecasted property tax really conservative at 5% instead of last year at 6%. And can you share a little bit about the why for that?
Just
And what it, the actually, sorry, part two of that question is what, do you know what the actual is going to be yet for this year?
not quite what the actual is going to be yet. We do expect to receive at least one additional payment from the county related to property taxes. We factored in just the market and how the market has been related to housing. So that's why we just rather budget that property taxes at a flat rate of 5%.
A decrease rate.
Decrease, yes. So
It was
historic
6, now you're forecasting
Yes.
5, so it's down. Yeah.
decrease, yes.
But we could, is it possible that we're over 6 this year, for instance? Like, I'm trying to get a sense of how conservative we're being.
It's possible, but not substantially over.
And this is the type of thing like at the mid-year budget review, you have the full
Yes.
actualized, so we can adjust accordingly at that point.
Yes.
Well, I guess the other, one other question is going back to this one slide about decreasing expenditures options. Are there other things that you, like, what are the next 2, 3, 4 things that could have been on this list? Like, I'm wondering, I know you're picking the biggest bang for the buck items. What were the next, couple of line items that didn't make it to this slide as options?
Not identified on this list, but just further analysis on some of our bigger categories, for example, miscellaneous consultants and reducing the cost of consultants. Of course, we would like to get council direction on that as well, as far as level of service goes. So if we are going to be decreasing miscellaneous consultants, as that is a large ticket item, just what the expectations are on any services that would be cut.
So other than if we're drilling down a little bit more, other line items that you guys, that could be on the list here if we're just looking for more. I'm a little concerned about the assumption of this sheriff's extension actually, like, I don't know, I'm more optimistic about the amount of time than I am an additional, you can get it into it. So I'm just trying to look at if we had to make up that 213 or even more, what else could we be looking at?
Overall, it's a little difficult within our budget. We're pretty constrained. Overall, our operating budget is just regular regulatory requirements. So there aren't really any extras, but staff can continue to do further analysis and kind of deep dive on our line items and see if there's any other further reductions that we can make.
And then my last one on consultants. What are the big bucket categories of that go into miscellaneous consultants? Are they all in planning and building, or are they post-approval process versus regular course of business? Like, how do we think about the different categories within that bucket?
Generally, yes, they're spread across all departments. I think primarily, yes, building and planning, some public works. So there's some engineering support. Typically, our consultants that are listed under the miscellaneous consultants line item is just an augmentation of staff. So we do use consultant services for additional in-house customer service, for example, or plan review, et cetera.
And then to build on that, in my shop, the bigger items are housing element post-approval process, the zoning code amendments. And so those are, a council decision about how to deal with the housing element post-approval process. If you wanted us to look at the zoning code amendment scope of work, we could. And the only way to reduce it, though, probably would be to reduce the public outreach component of it. One of our, a big community meeting costs between $8,000 and $10,000, for example, to put on. So we could look at those kinds of changes if you wanted to see those. And then the only other thing in my line items of consultants is our code enforcement services. It's not a very big pot of money. but that is, around $35,000 to $40,000 a year we spend on code enforcement. We added that to our budget, I believe 3 years ago, to address the code enforcement issues that we were having and just to have a low level ongoing code enforcement. But that is consultant time that in theory could be cut. That would result in a direct customer service impact and inability to enforce anything other than like serious life safety code enforcement. So those are the items in my shop that I was able to come up with.
Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question to Sarah? You had mentioned 900,000 at the beginning of your question. What was that number?
It's the way I'm working. I'm old school, so I do it on paper. But basically, we have a reserve policy that we need to hold to the operating budget, having our reserves at 60% of our operating budget. That's the policy. And you'll probably do a better job explaining it than I do. And so right now, based on how this budget is, we're at 48% versus 60%. And so I'm doing the math of saying, what do we need to get up? What would we need to have in order to make whole on the policy to get up to 60%? And Cindy, you can probably do a much better job. I just know my crazy math on my spreadsheets here.
No, that was exactly right.
Yeah.
So yes, there would still be a shortfall of about 900,000 to get back up to that minimum requirement under the adopted policy for the town. As I mentioned earlier, the other cities have generally about 5 to 15% of their reserves on hand, or about 1 to 2 months or 1 to 3 months of their reserves available.
Weren't you proposing 5 million for reserves?
Yes, that would be the total 5 million reserves, but within the reserves there are assignments. So we are talking specifically about the general fund unassigned. So we have other assignments under our general fund reserves that are allocated, or the assignments of capital, for example, legal services. So those are the other savings that buckets that we've allocated. Council has adopted those assignments. So that can also be a possibility of making adjustments within the assignments if the council feels that they're at a level that can be reduced. Some of our other assignments, and this is specifically listed in the budget document, if you refer to the fund activity summary.
The one that looks like this, the fund activity report.
Yes,
I'm sorry, which one is it?
It's called the fund. Do you want to pull it up?
sure.
It's the fund activity summary. So this, looking at this will make it much easier to explain how I worked back into that. And I just want to say I completely appreciate how confusing it is, because the way this budgeting works is so different from private industry. So it's tricky.
I'm glad it takes you that long to figure it out. It certainly takes me that long.
Fund activity summary?
Yes. So at the end there, you'll see we're projected with a subtotal of $4.3 million. So that's $4.3 million out of a budget of 8.8, which is a 48% reserve. What we really should be having is a $5.2 million reserve in order to hit the 60% policy.
So can somebody state to me the actual policy, what the 60% policy? So I
It's on the,
understand.
why don't you bring
It's
it up?
also-
Could you read it?
It's in the budget document.
Also in the budget document,
Yeah.
in the appendix. So if
I'm
we
sure
refer
there's
to
lots
that,
of things in there.
general fund and minimum fund balance. There's a small kind of example at the bottom that illustrates how to do that calculation. So we generally take the general fund adopted budget and then multiply that by 60% to come up with the suggested fund balance minimum.
This policy was set
2014. And the reason, again, my understanding is the reason it's 60% and so much higher than what averages are is because our town is so small. So if we only did the 5 to 10% or 5 to 15%,
right, we
it
blow
would
through
cover
it
us
in
for a
the,
day.
yeah.
Yeah.
In the weekend.
But just so what I find helpful, because I know there's just a lot with this budgeting, and on the homepage there on the bottom right, there's an FAQs, there's a glossary. So Cindy added those documents last year because I had a lot of these questions, you know, when I was newer to the council, and it is confusing and very different. So for instance, Craig, to follow up there, like this current year, we're landing at, she's projecting we're going to land at 5.8 million. So this year, it's basically a 72% that we're at. So we're going from a 72% reserve down to a 48.
So we were doing okay on the reserve of last year.
Right. And so in this budget, we need to work our way back by making some tough decisions to get back to make up this $900,000 to the best of our ability, in my opinion.
I mean, 60% is very conservative. It's twice the high end of the target.
But we don't want to keep sliding down that slide.
Agreed. I'm just saying that for the short term, we could go below the 60%. I mean, it's 50% would be 6 months. If we literally, if all of our revenue dried up overnight. So it's, I mean, yeah, I don't want to, the trend is more worrying to me than the actual.
Yes.
Takes a long time to move the ship around.
Well, yeah, but it's going to take a longer. Oh, my one question was about ERAF and VLF, which have been sort of historically these sort of political ponds between us, the county and Sacramento. What's the current status of those two?
I don't have any additional updates at this point. I have been closely communicating with the county, the controller's office. So they don't have any updates to propose at this time. Generally, any shortfall is specifically to the VLF revenue source has been backfilled by the state. For the proposed budget for 23-24, the state budget did not include that backfill for this year.
Thank you. Well, if there's no more questions, then I think we should take a break and come back for public comment.
One more follow-up, because I actually had a question about that too. So approximately how much is that income that's at risk across from the ERAF and the VLF?
Because it's been so volatile, that's the reason why in our recent budgets, we've actually pulled out and had specific line items for those because it's been rolled up into property tax. And it's also not consistent because of the not necessarily knowing if we're going to get those funds. The county many times has held them in reserves until they know that they can fully release them if the state will backfill those funding sources. So many times this year in particular, this fiscal year, we actually, under the ERAF revenue, we budgeted 294,000 and our actual came in at 293,000. So very close. Our VLF revenue, we actually budgeted 482,000 and our year-to-date actual is 652,000. So quite over budget. And this was mainly due to because the funds were held in reserves. We actually received a large portion all at once, and it was specific to prior fiscal years because those funds were held in reserve. So it was not allocated to the current fiscal year. It's actually revenue that we should have received in prior fiscal years.
But to your point about it being volatile and at risk, it's almost $1 million revenue. So it's
Yes.
incredibly important.
Incredibly important and really just highlights the purpose of bringing forward the revenue enhancement discussion as well.
Real quick, on some of the savings that were outlined, open space fund, it hasn't historically been used for maintenance. Why is that?
Partly because the open space committee didn't want it used for, I mean, so there's two components of the open space fund, and one is the UUT contribution and one is, we proposed this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, and there was some pushback. People did not
Because
want it.
they want to use it for acquisition.
They want to keep it for
purposes.
acquisition.
And is there an issue with the charter that they have? Like, what is that framework that would necessarily be? You know?
Correct me if I'm wrong, the UUT portion of that fund can be, it's designated for open space, but I believe it's designated for either acquisition or maintenance. I think it's any operation. And Craig, maybe you remember this better than I do, but there's a part of it that could be used, certainly legally could be used for maintenance. And then the donation part of that fund can be earmarked for specifically for acquisition.
Is that something we could get Catherine to look at?
I'll just speak to this, because I did look into this in preparation for this meeting. So the prior town council did do an analysis of the ballot language, which refers to open space projects generically as opposed to open space acquisition. So the legal conclusion was that, you know, it could be used for maintenance as well, based on the ballot language and some of the other ballot materials which sort of form the, you know, legislative history of ballot measures. I will say I have not done a deep dive in that, but I do not have any substantive concerns with the analysis. It makes, you know, it makes sense. And based on the prior, I looked at the staff report from I guess it was a few years ago when this was brought forward to council, and my understanding was a policy decision, not a legal one, to restrict the use for acquisition.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I have is the basis to reduce the town attorney's fees. Because I don't know what you flashed up, but I thought I mean, it doesn't make sense that they're gonna go down. It just doesn't. So how did we get comfortable making the proposal that we put down?
We did still factor in an increase, and that would still be to capture the increase
To 180, right?
to 180. Yes, so an additional 40,000.
But that's an increase relative to like many years ago.
Yes, but we do anticipate less legal services this year, as the majority of the housing element legal services was charged in the prior fiscal year, or current fiscal year now.
So we have the wedge coming up. We have the potential litigation issues. I don't see that going down, but if there's more to that context, I'd be happy to hear it. Otherwise, we can move on.
I can answer some of that. Development applications, attorney's fees are reimbursable. So the applicant pays for them. So all of the time associated with the wedge will be paid by the applicant, and any other development projects that require a deposit for the town attorney's time. I can tell you, I did some of my own analysis on the town attorney's time related to the housing element, and I got to, in my analysis, about $100,000 in charges specifically for the housing element, the majority of which were in this fiscal year. So it truly was kind of a once in a 8-year or once in a lifetime, depending on how we're counting this, kinds of expenses.
Right, but we have a Jarvis line item for 27 so far, right? To date, I think. So, yeah, no, that's very helpful background. I'll leave it there.
All right, if there's no more questions, let's take a break. We'll come back for
Fine.
public comment. Yeah, okay. We will come back at, let's say 9:55, we'll resume. Okay. We will start with public comment. Rita Combs has her hand up. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. First question is, does the town have an investment policy? Do we have a written investment policy anywhere? Because during the finance meeting the other day, the finance committee meeting, one of the members was discussing the amount of cash reserves that the town had. Sounds like it was in 5 or maybe 6 different accounts. And we are getting, in the low, like $23,000 a month in interest. But some of the accounts were receiving no interest at this time. And he talked about that even if we got 3.9%, it would bring in another, I don't know, $37,000 a month in interest, which comes out to about what, 400 at the end of the year, which is a lot of money, and we need that money. So I don't know if that type of action is directed by the, by the council or just through the finance department, but that would be a way to get at least $400,000 a year. And you can talk to somebody, and one of the council members was at that particular meeting. And my other comment is something that I've said a couple of times before. If we can associate expenses with departments, coding, if we then have consultants working on a particular thing and it's coded to that particular thing, then we would know the cost. If we have something at the town center and we're paying 3 times whatever for overtime for sheriff deputies, that should be included in the budget of that particular event. And if the people were aware of these things, perhaps we would have less overruns or a more realistic expectations, or if there's fundraising, we can then have enough money for those things. I just hope that, this is a very serious topic, and I just hope that we can move towards fiscal responsibility, not be pulling out of the reserves, and get the audits taken care of and the year-end financials taken care of moving forward. It's hard to hear about possible parcel tax, possible increases of costs when past finances have not been finalized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Are there other public comment? Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Alves and Council. Thank you all for your tremendous input into what's a more challenging time for us. And my first question regards was about the reserve requirement. And thank you for raising that, Sarah. The Finance Committee's recommendation was 60%, and that's years ago. I don't know that they've revisited it recently. So your decision to keep it at 60% per the Finance Committee recommendation, or reduce it to 50 or 40%, it's an important decision. The reserves are a part of public safety and public confidence in fiscal management. And this being an El Nino year, apparently, according to my favorite weather scientist, Daniel Swain, there's a 50% of this being a really big one. So it's an important decision. Whatever you decide, it needs to just come down somewhere, and we need to honor it. And I don't know that we're even within the realm as we stand this fiscal year. So moving then on from the reserves to focusing on the real cost reductions, because you've heard me before, and I won't repeat myself on the UU tax that has historically gone into open space. That's not exactly a real cost reduction. It's, you're taking out of another fund. that's going to be your decision. I think where I'd like to go is in the real cost reductions. I don't know how we're going to get there without an across the board cut. And maybe you ask each department what they propose, but getting our own fiscal house in order, I regard as the first most important step to bringing a successful campaign before the voting public in, I think it was said November 2024 would be the first time that we could bring something before the public. And therefore we wouldn't realize the funds from that until mid 2025. But as you go before the public, I think having done everything that we can do so that we're on an even keel and our books are in order. Rita's idea just now, by the way, I'm going over time just to say, with my humble Quicken application, every check gets categorized automatically. So it'd be wonderful to see that in our accounts, but that's a lot of more than I have time for now. Thanks for taking my comment and good luck.
Thank you, Betsy. Patty Dews, go ahead.
Thanks very much. One of the ideas that was raised from a couple of different committees when we were going through the budget process, I know Jennifer Hammer and I talked about this. And it's unfortunately, you have to spend money to get money, but what was the idea of maybe hiring or contracting with a part-time grant writer? I know the state, maybe federal, has a lot of money that they have available. And if we have areas that we know that we could, for instance, there's a $200,000 California state grant that's out there right now. That's for Parks and Rec that Howard and I have tried to scratch our heads to figure out how the heck we could use it. Are there other opportunities that we could get money that could offset some of our expenses? Anyway, just an idea. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Patty. Other public comment? Going once. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment and we're not taking action. This is a final for discussion, so. Comments.
Better start because I forget all my questions every time. Age before beauty. So to ask Rita's question directly to you about drilling down, and we were talking about OpenGov, is it possible to be able to do that kind of detail so that we can really tell which projects are generating which expenses?
Yes, in relation to coding, even our current budget, those numbers that you see next to the specific line items by department, those are specific accounting codes where we would allocate either a revenue or expenditure to. Also, once we fully launch the OpenGov transparency portal, that will also add an additional layer of more detailed information.
And when will that happen?
It's on our list, but of course our audit and the budget are high level priorities. So also fully filling the positions for the senior accountant as well as the finance technician will be number one on our list, as right now they're being filled by temps.
If the temps do work at that stuff.
Yes, but they are still also very new. So together between the two of them, they've been on staff for about 4 months. So we're still going through training as well.
I'm just thinking about the expenditure decrease opportunities you identified. And there's a couple there that, as mentioned, are policy decisions. And I'm wondering if we want to weigh in on those. I mean, I'm thinking specifically of the open space proposition and using the inclusionary housing fund for Willow Commons. I guess I'm just curious if people wanted to, these are proposed, there would be policy decisions.
But not for tonight, or could they be for tonight?
Okay.
Tonight.
Tonight. Well, just, if this is the time to discuss. I just thought that's a question I think staff could probably use some guidance on.
So on Willow Commons, my recollection, I had to recuse myself the whole time, but my recollection was that we didn't take it out of the housing fund because we didn't have a policy at that moment. We still don't have a policy, but we're moving steadily toward one. So, it is now the moment without a policy to move from one to the other. I don't see a basis for it. We decided not to take it out of inclusionary because we don't have a policy. That was the prior council, wasn't me, but it was, I understood the rationale. So to me, that's kind of a complicated item. It is a lot of money relative to what we're looking to minimize. And on open space, it's a big policy change, I think, relative to what has been done before. One question I have is the maintenance steady state, or is it going to go up or down? Like, is that a regular amount?
So it's actually both answers. Some of it is going to be CIP one time. There'll be, I'll give you an example of, there'll be 5 invasive trees or something like that. They want to get rid of those. They're going to do some cleanup. And then after that, there's a lot of mowing and weeding. Weeding is the one that costs a lot because you got to go in there with labor force and perform and do that. So, and there's also a biologist involved. So there was a plan to come up with a biologist to come up with a plan for certain lots of land to do. So there was some, to answer the question, there were some one-time things, then there are some continuing routine things.
And like over the next couple of years, will that be steady state? I mean, like the invasive tree seems a one-time thing versus the weeds, which will be constant.
I think that depends on the conservation because the trend has been to do more. They want to come up with, like, for instance, the frog pond. They want to come up with a whole entire biologist report on what to do there. So I think that it will be, I think there's going to be one sometime cost, and after a couple of years, it will be steady state. However, I believe there needs to be a question of when do you stop? Right. Because at one point, this was only supposed to be a pilot program for 3 years, and then it turned into 5, 6 years where we are right now.
The maintenance program was supposed to be a pilot. And when did it start?
I believe maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. Up until then, we just didn't maintain.
Close. Close.
Yeah, step it up. Well, it's not-
Yeah,
Yeah.
But it was very sporadic. Yeah.
and the thought process was what to do to protect them. But but once again, there were decades that it was just left in a natural state and nothing was done. But I think the conservation committee's thought was to get them to be native. So there's going to have to be a balance of what we think, how much money we're going to sink into it to get to that point.
And do they have a budget for that? Like, what was the open space budget ballpark? for the upgrade?
94,000.
Okay, that's the entire
Yeah,
budget.
yeah.
that would come out. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, if we're going to speak to the open space, I mean, there's no check on this. It's the conservation committee going, if we had our open checkbook, this is what we want. And that's great. That's what they should be saying. This would be the best way to conserve this space. But I would ask, like, can we afford to conserve at that level right now? And there is no check on their request in this process. So I don't know if we want to say that open space the open space committee balances off conservation to say, wait, this seems like way too much. Or we just put a cap on it and say 94,000, way too much money. Maybe we'll allow 20. And then the other thing we could do is we could put a sunset on it. We could say, you could take some amount of money out of the open space funds for a certain amount of time, and then we're going to have to revisit it. Because I totally appreciate we're in a hard spot right now, and it's tough for us to generate new revenue because of the timing, voting, and all the rest of the stuff. But we could say, you know, we're willing to do this for the next X 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and then it's got to get revisited. We stop. We don't make this a precedent that it's a permanent use of open space funds. So I think there's a lot of different ways to look at this, and that's the problem when you get into this kind of budget analysis where it's devoid of the sort of facts on the ground. It just becomes a number that you're pushing around from one column to another. And I think there's much more going on behind the scenes. So that's kind of my view on the open space fund aspect.
You'd be willing to, I'm sorry, so you're saying you'd be willing to. I mean, ultimately, we, the council, are the check on conservation. Everyone asks us for what they want in their budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where it comes.
Yeah, I mean, what I would recommend is that we go back to the open space committee and say, look, here's where we're at. Here are our budgetary issues. And we're proposing a certain amount of time, you know, some kind of sunset, and a certain amount of money, like a cap, like no more than, and you pick your number. And I don't know if that number is $20,000 or $100,000, but I think that that's the conversation. And then obviously, yeah, it's the council's ultimate decision. But I would expect to at least go through the open space committee to have that conversation with them.
I agree in theory. The only problem is we need to have a budget approved by June 27th.
Right, and so if we're gonna, I mean, other things I would suggest right now, if we want to save money, I'd freeze all the committee budget. Given we're gonna do potentially a reconciliation in 6 months, in 4 to 6 months, I'd say nobody spends any of this money until we get the rest of this figured out. Because sort of what I see is in the short term, we're trying to adopt a budget, and I get that. We're trying to do that in 2 weeks. But what we really need to do is come up with a game plan, and we need to be a lot more strategic than we're being now. And that's the idea that we to pass something now, and then we start getting serious about, you know, what our game plan is, what's the strategic view on this stuff, and then we pass another budget in 4 to 6 months, and that's the place where we decide, you know, how much of this is. Because I don't see any reason we need to spend $94,000 now. That could be 6 months from now. So that's, I mean, when I look at this, I put off a lot of this stuff for now until we have a more strategic view of why we're spending this money.
Are the budget committee expenditure budgets as a whole? Because to me, some of those expenditures are going to be time sensitive and different. And so it's hard to have one rule across them all. Just freeze it and don't spend it unless it's really we're in duress to do that. And it's doing it right.
So I think we could look at it, but you know, like I look at EPC, there's money to relocate an antenna. I mean, we already have an antenna. It's a lower gain antenna, so it would be better to have the better one, but we don't need to spend it in the next 4 to 6 months. So I think we could go back through every committee ask and say, what really needs to get spent in the next 6 months? And if it doesn't, we just freeze that budget and hold off.
I like the thinking about deferred for things that are not critical, just as a principle. I just don't think we have time to go back to committees to do that kind of work. We need to make, I think we need to make give these guys some serious guidance tonight. So with that, I circle back to, I like the idea of identifying, first of all, identifying things that we're willing to do, if we have any things that we agree on. And I have some thoughts of that I would do, but I have a feeling there might not be agreement. The second one is then think about what can be deferred. But my sense is Cindy needs guidance
Well,
tonight.
and there's another way to look at this, which is, and Judith is starting to get to this with the in lieu housing fund, is we haven't agreed on a policy. Well, if we don't take it out of that, it just means we take it out of the general fund, and the general fund is further in debt.
Yeah.
But then in 4 months, if we decide, yep, the inclusionary housing fund is the right place to put it, it sort of becomes out of debt. We could do the same thing with the money we're talking about potentially taking out of the open space fund. We'll just take it out of the general fund for now. And when we have our strategic approach to this, then we allocate it out of whichever account we think is most appropriate. So I mean, that would be the guidance I'd give them. I think we're going to burden the general fund more than is sort of the original budget here, and say in 4 to 6 months, we'll figure out the right places to basically improve the general fund.
Can I get an answer to my question? Cindy, do you know the overall committee budget?
There was a slide for that, wasn't there?
Yes, for all committee budgets, the
Yeah.
proposed amount was 114,550.
So open space is a very significant portion of that. Right, it's just,
Well, conservation proposes that. It's not in the committee budget.
yeah, okay. Okay.
A lot of that must have been cultural arts. then. What were your big ticket items?
The big ticket items is the Parks and Rec Committee, which holds the Zots to Tots and the town picnic, as well as the Cultural Arts Committee. Their budget that was proposed is an increase about $1,500 to $15,000 this year. Again, some of their costs are offset by the sponsorships. Additionally is also the Sustainability Committee, which is at 12,500. Those are our largest. Emergency prep as well, 12,000.
I guess the way I would think about this though is we have big
Yeah.
chunks to take
Yeah.
out. So nickel diming on little committee cuts is not going to get.
Yeah,
us there.
yeah, where I was going is you can get an across the board reduction, but honestly, I worry about the committees having put a lot of work into these budgets, just hearing, never mind, and not having input. So unless we do the same thing to everybody, I have a hard time shutting the budget down entirely for the committees because they do a lot of really great work and it might have an unintended consequences, not for a lower bang for the buck. So that's the issue I have. That's just
Nips and tucks.
Yeah.
So I guess,
What are your suggestions, sir?
well,
We're ready to
I'm
entertain.
looking at this list. So, and as I thought about this, as I mentioned earlier, I was looking at that $900,000 and trying to think about how we could get close to that. Craig, I agree with a lot of things you're saying, but I am concerned about pushing everything out 4 to 6 months. I feel like we have to start making hard decisions right now. And I think some of the comments from the public really resonated with me. We have as I mentioned, even when we were doing council priorities, a big revenue enhancement push to do in the coming year. And I think it's going to be hard to do something like a parcel tax, which I think is the type of thing that we're going to need, frankly, given the amount of money that we're going to need. If we don't have things like our audits in shape, and if we don't ourselves be tightening our own butt belt. So I feel like it's our job to make the tough decisions, to set us up for success, to when we do need to go out and do something like a parcel tax. I'm not saying, obviously there's a lot between now and then, but if that's where we're heading, I think we need to start the hard work now. And so that's kind of my big picture thinking about it. I also recused on Willow Commons. I guess, it will eventually come to council to make a decision about the in lieu fund. I personally cannot imagine having an in lieu fund where we have a low income housing development that we wouldn't have a fee waiver. So to me, it's like, we're gonna get there. I'm very confident. So I think switching that out makes a lot of sense. It's 25% of our deficit right now, that 185. So it's a huge chunk. I know it's a big. I'm
But-
saying switch it
but
over
To the
in lieu fund.
inclusion, so you're saying yes to the inclusionary fund?
To me, that would be totally fine because I think we're going to end up there anyhow. And it's 25% of the deficit.
Well, we
trying to make
could
up.
wait until we had a policy.
Well, we only have 2 weeks right now to get a budget. So You know, the maintenance worker, I hate to see that on here. Howard, I look back, I was thinking back when I saw this at the incredible presentation you gave, I guess maybe, I don't know how long ago, a year or plus, about all the work that your department does, and we were finally getting you kind of whole on your head count. And so I'm assuming if this is in here, it's something that you've agreed to, but you know, well, it's,
Yeah, right.
so that's a number that I have on my list here. Open space, we talked about this 2 years ago. You know, I know it's controversial and it won't be popular with some. I am in favor of this. I like the idea of a time cap. I think that's really smart to do it, you know, in a temporary way. I agree with Judith. I think the attorney fee reduction is too optimistic. So I've kind of cut that in half and said 60 instead of 120. And then, you know, little things, I think we could at a minimum hold committee budgets flat instead of going up. I think it's about $20,000. And I don't know, you know, we haven't talked about the post-approval process. I know there's certain timelines and requirements in there based on what we approved, but it, you know, I don't know if there's things that you guys would be willing to defer within that $130,000. There's certain things we've got to get working on, obviously, because of, you know, the sunset and all of that. But if there's other items within that list that Laura showed or that you guys would consider deferring, that would be something else.
Deferring or pressure testing. There is one item there that we are pressure testing, and we should be able to get you more of a feel for in the next week regarding the amount of work that the SEQA thresholds.
Will you bring that one
is
up? Because that was a
envisioned.
huge chunk of it, right?
Well, it's
Yeah.
the only one really worth talking about,
Okay.
because everything else is
Super small.
bitty. And we need to go, Craig and I are gonna go back and pressure test what is that scope
That's the
and
one that
what's
was
it
like
about.
50,000 to $1 million, somewhere in between.
Well, they
like in
put
the cut.
75. They put 75, yeah. Well, the guidelines are different. I don't put them in the same bucket, but at the end of the day, we are gonna pressure test that, so leave it on the table as something to evaluate. And we can get back as soon as possible, as soon as we can caucus with Laura and Catherine and others. So that is something we can look at and pressure test. Everything else to me is ordinary course, expected outreach, and the sunrise, you know, maximizing the success of that is, to me, one of the more important goals. But so we're kind of meandering, which is fine with me, but I did want to speak to one thing. I'm not sure how long it would take, but to pick up Rita, I was the finance committee liaison, and their members want to look at fleshing out moving the cash accounts to a higher yield vehicle. And what and she was right about the ballpark amount that was calculated based on current conditions, which could of course change. But there are some legal parameters that constrain what you can do, and I don't have a sense of how encumbering that would be, those legal constraints would be, or frameworks would be. But it seemed pretty straightforward to move from a almost no interest situation to certain accounts going to something that could be a meaningful generator.
You want to speak to the investment? We do have an investment policy, and
We do have an investment policy. It's also in the appendix included in the budget. So you can refer to the investment policy there. There are certain types of accounts that the town would be authorized to go into. I do believe it's a great suggestion. I can say that I'm concerned with the staff time that might be necessary to manage the funds on a regular basis. So that would need to be regular everyday review of our balances and ensure that we have enough liquidity to cover payments as well. Another component to that that may be also a factor would be just our restrictions on transfers. So there are, through our internal controls, the transfers from one type of account, for example, our LAIF account, it's restricted to our town treasurer, for example, which is typically the town manager. So we would need to go through that process of implementing, getting, for example, right now, Howard as the interim on signature cards with all of our banking institutions and establishing those guidelines as well. So there would be some timing on that.
Sure, is your sense that it's reasonably feasible, but months of work? Like, I'm trying to get a sense of whether that's a tool we have or not.
It's really hard to say, right? Because we can't necessarily forecast what the market will be and how.
That's not what I'm asking, though. I'm really asking the practicality aspect and the cost of, if the cost of setting that up is, over a certain amount, then we move on from that idea. But I don't know how long it would take us to understand that.
I can give a ballpark of maybe a couple of months as far as getting everything situated with our banking institutions. And then at that point, really implementing that practice, work with the finance committee as well on their recommendations. But again, it's hard to tell how long we can have that additional revenue. of that
Absolutely.
ballpark.
No, I know it's going to work under some circumstances and it won't work under others. I get that. So that is a potential tool. And then just to remind people that the revenue presentation that you're going to give, there is a lag time before you can start implementing things like a partial tax. It's very significant. So that's not available. I'm just trying to put out on the table the pieces. So cutting seems to be the necessary approach. And, where are we going to get to? Like, are we trying for 50? Are we trying for 60? It seems prudent to keep it 60 if we can get there. But that's more of the policy discussion here. And the fuel mitigation, I assume we got comfortable that going from 303 to, 227 is reasonably feasible. It's not going to place us under safety issues.
No, it's just less work. We'll just get less done.
Okay.
So it'll just take longer. I mean, at the rate we were going to cover the whole entire town, it was going to be 8 or 9.
And now if you cut, it's more like 12.
It'll be 25%. So just this year, it'll be 25.
Okay. On a temporary basis, maybe that's a trade-off. All right. And the open space issue, I don't like the idea of putting $94,000 out of the open space fund for that. I mean, I think I'm personally for a certain budget if we do that, I would want it to be a pretty curtailed budget, at least on a temporary basis. Like, we can open it up mid-year and see what makes sense, but making them pressure test with the highest use of that amount of money would be, and then getting open space eventually to talk about what makes sense with the conservation committee later.
Take it for the moment out of open space, and then they were going to revisit this as a policy.
And with an outside timeline, like this isn't going to occur more than X years.
Maybe we could revisit it next time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is to get us. Yeah.
I have a question that might be disruptive, but I'm wondering, Cindy, for you, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, how are you going to synthesize all this information? would it almost be helpful for you if we talked through each line item so you knew the consensus of the council on each item on your list?
Yes.
Because otherwise it's hard to keep track of.
This on which
On
list?
the
On what list?
expenditure
her-
cutting.
Uh-oh, it's gotta be big. You can do that. Can you do that? You can do bigger? I don't, and because it confounds me. Yeah, no, it confounds me completely. And also I feel like I get accused of being too noisy. Mhm. Yeah, I keep trying. Can't find it on. Yeah. it's better.
Or down here.
I'm
That's
too off,
harder.
it's
Okay.
worse.
Yeah. it depends. I can see that. I can see that.
Right, right.
I don't disagree with the most optimistic.
At the 120
Yeah.
or the 180 rather.
Revisit it. maybe
One
later.
on hope for a while.
The one thing I thought about that is that we just got this breakdown of the attorney fees, and it looks like the council is the biggest problem. Right, right. I mean, I'm sure that's true, but I bet we can be more careful with our expenditure there as a group. We can tighten our belt there a little bit. Right, we could be less dependent.
But yeah. Okay, so we'll leave that as it is. The open space, I mean, I made a suggestion, I'll repeat it, that we cut the open space maintenance budget to 50,000 and we fund it from open space, the open space fund for now. Something we could revisit. You know, that actually does give us, that puts that puts that $94,000 back in the general. It's a short-term measure.
So Howard, how much are you going to get done in the next 6 months?
Well, so most of the mowing occurs right now.
Right,
Because
so
when
how
I
much
read
of 94,000, how much of that's mowing?
I think the summers are probably about 24,000 each on each location. Frog Pond and bring that open space is about 25,000.
So 25 total or 25 times 2?
25 times.
Okay, and then you were saying the weeding was this really expensive thing, and you're saying that's only another 40,000?
That was the weeding. The 50,000 is the weeding. I think that's the minimum we do. The rest of the stuff like removing trees or the big ticket items, we just hold off on. And potentially, I think there's a biologist in there too. That was $7,500. Maybe decide to let them do that or not, or that comes out of the 50. Because then if it comes out of the 50, then they'll have to do less weeding.
Well, yeah, why don't we do no weeding? I mean, why don't we just make it fire safe and move on from that?
And then that's just, so on those lots, the fire safe is, we do that as part of Public Works already. They get one free mow. The rest of them, the 4, 5, 6, mows that they have, and then the weed picking, that's what their expenses are. So if you just want to do fire, we're just gonna go out there with a flail mower, Justin, and we just mow the whole thing one time a year, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I mean, as much as I love the idea that we're going to spend a lot of money to take these back to their natural state, if we're trying to cut our belt, because my problem is if all we do is just shift it to another fund, that's not cutting your belt. That's just finding another place to spend the money. So that's my issue here is if we're really saying we need to sort of cut our expenses, then we should cut them, not just transfer them to a different pot.
I mean,
But-
that's a very big fund though, and they haven't spent it at all.
But the point of that fund initially was for acquisition, which comes once every 10 or 20 years. And when it comes, it is a $5 or $10 million expense. So I know it's frustrating because it seems like there's a lot of money sitting there that we're not spending. And yeah, we can completely change our policy, but that's
not
way bigger than a budget discussion at 10:30 at night. So I'm pretty uncomfortable where this is going.
I'm unclear where you want to go with it then. Just restate where you are.
I
on
think
it.
we need to cut this number either close to zero. I mean, if we already do one mowing, so it's not a matter of they're not being maintained at all. So we're talking about $50,000 to do multiple mowing and multiple weeding. And I'm wondering if we need to do that now. I would suggest that we put it off while we have a tight budget. And after we figured out our policy and where we want to go, we can then determine if that's the right place to spend open space funds. So I would suggest that that's a strategic, I would move it to zero, but if somebody says, well, we really should make it 20 or 30 to get something done, I wouldn't oppose that. But I really think it, yeah, I guess I do think it should be zero.
The argument for doing the weeding now is the longer if you put off the weeding, it's more expensive to go back. It's one of those things that the stuff goes back. They're trying to get it back to a native state. If you wait, it costs more to go back. And so that's, and then Judith Murphy is maybe the point I'm making. It's preventing a larger expense over. I mean, that's an argument for doing the continuing.
I don't
First-
think staff should be doing weeding.
First, does the open space committee agree with what the conservation, like, has there been any discussion between them? Are they aligned that this maintenance is appropriate? Or do we know?
Yeah, I can't recall. I know
Okay.
that there was some discussions between Judith and Terry Lee at one point, but I can't
Okay,
recall for
well,
a
we
fact.
won't know that tonight.
So,
So,
but I can tell you that they're opposed to taking this money out of the open space. Fund.
yeah,
So they're not aligned. I mean,
Yeah.
at most fundamental level.
okay, I got it.
What's the what's the
Yes, it's about, yes, so it's 2%, the 2% is somewhere about $200,000, actually. No, sorry, that is incorrect. 437,000 is about what we received, which is that 2% for UUT. That's the portion that is received through the open space fund.
Every year they get another.
Yes.
So
I
you could
guess I
set
would
a-
say
a
I
percent.
don't know enough to the conversation that you guys were just having about weeding 1 time 4 years, all that is so, I know nothing about. So I just feel like making a decision just not to do it without understanding all the whys, to me, I'm less comfortable with. I'm more comfortable with the shifting to the funding source for a limited time. Because I think the work will still get done. It'll buy us time to make the decision. We have to make hard decisions.
I propose 10% of the annual income go to maintenance of open space. Yeah. I mean, that would be, it would make everybody, it would draw their attention to the fact that 90% is still going to the acquisition, and it would cover the 40,000 that we're doing for maintenance.
I mean, I definitely think this was an issue 2 years ago. I think it's ripe for a policy conversation. I think it had to do also with the increased maintenance because of fire mitigation and vegetation management. Conditions have changed. I mean, I think this needs to be rediscussed more holistically. And again, I would be in favor with pushing this to the other funding source on a temporary basis until we have that policy discussion.
Yeah, I guess I'm more comfortable with Mary's proposal of just picking 10% for 3 years and that's it.
And do it.
So they get $40,000 a year for the next 3 years that we'll put to maintenance.
And
In
then
the
they can work
meantime-
on the open space committee.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, we can figure out what our policy is. I just, my problem is it's 10:30 at night and we're making a policy decision by making this decision to shift it. We're just
No,
making it,
it's temporary with a cap to your project.
well, so far, I mean, unless we
We've almost
propose,
got an agreement, but let's do it.
yeah, I mean, unless we propose this, there's no cap, it's just 94,000.
I don't think I understand what you're recommending, I guess. What do you recommend?
10% of the UUT instead of 94,000, or we commit 43,000 from the open space fund to maintenance of the open space properties, and then we could backfill it again. So 43,000 plus 20,000 from the general fund. So, for the 43,000.
So what's the overall reduction for this year's budget?
Well, from the general fund expenditure. the total budget.
Howard, did that get you most of the mowing and just not the tree removal? I mean, your best guess.
Yeah, that just gets the mowing, because you have to, I think there's some Ford Field stuff in there too. I think we can survive. I guess, once again, I mean, best to get the conservation committee here too, but I want to, realistically, some of those lots have been untouched for decades. And some of the weeding, we have to go back and explore how effective it is.
Yeah.
We've been weeding spring down next door. And someone needs to go, that, this is effective. This is what
Assess
you
it.
want. Because some years you can weed, but now we had a huge storm and there's Italian thistle all over the place. And that's hard to control. And you get one of those years and it's very hard to control. So I think cutting to even half makes sense. We can survive. Once again, it's not something that's life safety.
That's my question. I mean, is it gonna enhance fire issues? Like that to me is the highest priority. And then, I understand all the arguments about prudent management, but we're under duress here to make the decision.
I'll give you an example like the frog pond. They want to do pockets of planting, native plantings. So
Which will be nice in the long run, but right now isn't safety.
it's not safety. And, also there could be some ideas of thinking of adopt a patch or,
Totally.
fundraising.
Exactly.
Totally.
Yeah,
It should
yeah, I
definitely
think
be
there
going
would
to
be
the
huge
donates.
demand for that.
There-
So
there's so many.
So I am not comfortable just saying same budget, move it to open space. I think there's policy issues there. And as a one-time compromise for the budget, and we should revisit it mid-year, I would just cut the budget and one-time reallocation from the open space. Because if it is mowing, it is, to me, it's a legitimate piece of obtaining open spaces to maintain it. But that policy decision needs to be made. And I think for now, I would rather just have, the minimum 50,000. If we have to, if that actually moves a dial on our getting to our budget, move it to open space, but let's revisit it on a policy basis going forward.
Well, I mean, I think zero is the thing that makes sense because we don't have a policy, but I was going along with what Mary said. Was I think if we said it was 10% of the UUT in this, in this year, or maybe even for the next 3 years, so that's around $40,000. I think I could go sell that to people who go, wait a minute, you're taking, because it's 10% of the thing that's additive.
Yeah.
Whereas, but
Yeah,
50,000 just sounds arbitrary. Like, why not 60? Why- So I know this is just about as arbitrary, but at least it feels a little more explainable, like we took a percentage of a thing coming. So I'd be pretty, I could live with the 10% of the UUT, and I'm okay saying it for 3 years, and we can revisit this in 6 months if that's what we choose to do, if we get a better policy, but that at least give us some runway. Let's work our way through this.
Guidance to staff.
Yeah.
So if we're agreed on this, then.
We're not making final decisions. We're giving them direction.
So are you
Does
clear
sound
on
like
that?
guidance? Have we gotten through the first one yet?
The
Open
sec-
space maintenance. Okay, we're on to fuel mitigation.
Are we doing 3 years?
We're three.
Like why 3? Why not 2? Why not? Yeah. Okay.
So the advantage of 3 is that you could probably turn around some of these things like the investment strategy and so forth.
I see. Yeah.
I mean, you're not gonna we're not gonna be in a different situation in 2 years. We're gonna be in the same.
I'm sorry to be so dense, but I'm still not understanding what the reduction is. I like the 10% of the UUT. I'm unclear on the reduction for
So the
this
94
budget.
The 94 would go to roughly 40.
Okay,
That all would. come
That's
from
basically
the-
half.
okay,
So the
Okay.
94, the reduction from is on new funding source drops from 94 to about 40.
okay.
Okay.
Fuel mitigation, I think we were comfortable with that. With the
I,
realization that we
the
did.
only thing that I have to say about that is I do think there's room for getting grants on fuel mitigation program, both statewide and countywide. And I think we should reach out to people to, in our state senate and Anna Eshoo and anybody else who's offering to find out what those grants are. And then we should go ahead and if we need to get a grant writer at that point, get a grant writer. But I think we can manage to reach out to those people, even if it's me doing it, and find out what the fuel mitigation possibilities are. Or if you could give us a proposal for what we need, if Howard could give us a proposal what we could need. I mean, the thing that's currently on my mind is people wanting matching money for removing their eucalyptus. There's a precedent in Woodside for doing it. Everybody wants to know why we're not doing it. Why we should prepare ourselves to do grants for getting that money from somewhere else besides our budget.
I don't disagree, but number one, I think WPC is working on that. And number two, that's not going to help us immediately with our reduction that we need to do tonight.
No, I know,
know.
I know, but next year it will help.
Yeah.
And I think it speaks to the grant writer, Patty Dew's grant writer proposal. We don't want to have an increase by getting a grant writer. We need to go ahead and reach out and find out where these grants are and broaden our reach there.
Nick Hargis was at the groundbreaking ceremony. and
Yeah.
He actually offered to help us.
Yeah. Yeah, so that, right.
The Willow Commons school reimbursement, I think I fall in the same with Sarah, that even without the policy in place, I've said this all along, I've always felt comfortable that the fee waiver would fall within whatever policy we adopt. I'd be willing to kind of do that for the time being as the policy gets fleshed out.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just repeat what I said before. I mean, philosophically, we said we weren't going to approve this against that because we didn't have a policy. And now at 11 o'clock at night, we're saying, oh, we're going to change our mind. I'm not okay with that because, and here's the reason is I completely agree with you guys. I totally agree that when we get our policy, this will get covered by it. And if we don't do it now, it just means that the general fund for the next, let's say it takes us 3 months to agree on this fund proposal. For 3 months, we're going to have 185 in the general fund. And as soon as that gets proposed, then it gets back out. And that to me seems to be the honest way to do it. Because otherwise, we said we're not going to do this because we don't have a policy. And we stiffed Jim when he came and asked for it the first time because we didn't have a policy. So this again feels like a policy decision that we're making at the last minute because of budget. It feels wrong to me. So I would push for just not doing this and taking a little bit bigger hit on the general fund.
But then we're breaking another policy, which is our reserves policy. So,
Which we've already broken.
but well, we're not really chipping away at improving that.
Except
this
we
point.
all believe that as soon as we get this policy, we will, in 3 months, we all believe this will be net neutral. That this will effectively be coming from a new funding source.
I can go with
Yeah, I'd probably wait. Okay,
It doesn't make us look any better, but I'm happy to wait. I agree that it's going to fall in the category.
Sheriff just mentioned-
Can we get some volunteers to do some maintenance for you, Howard? Everybody is talking about wanting to work for you. That's the talk of the town. What can we do? I do trash maintenance every single day at the dog park. But I mean, yeah, we can be put to work.
There's plenty to do if people want to do it. And I need someone to empty out the trash can twice a week. there.
Twice a
Outside
week.
of town.
Okay, that would be good. The
You can
dog,
also pick weeds too, instead of using contract.
Yep, exactly. But I think this is not tonight. This is part of figuring out what our game plan is.
So I think
and
we've
then
actually-
we didn't do the sheriff's extension, for God's sake.
Well,
That's the
that
big
relies
one.
on them coming through. Well, no, they'd have to come through with this. I mean, I think this is a huge need.
When will we know?
uh, we just got the information today. And if I don't see it on paper, I'm afraid to say anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we're comfortable with this reduction, presuming it comes through. Because that's the question tonight. Are we comfortable?
Yes.
Sure, for
Staff.
tonight, yes,
Yes,
for
so
tonight.
tonight,
I guess yeah, definitely agreed with that, but just because they postpone the timeline doesn't mean they're gonna totally, they might defer the cost, but I'd be surprised if they're gonna cancel this for the full year.
no,
But
it
for
could,
tonight,
we don't know.
it's fine.
Yeah, just don't
I
know.
think it's,
Well, I guess my request would just be to ping them in the next, like, just to encourage them to move along. No promises, I understand.
Yeah, we had a talk at a very high level and the sheriff
Okay.
called me and she was she wanted to be very accommodating. She understood. And there is an offer right now, but I
Okay.
haven't seen it on paper.
Yeah, wait.
And I think in the next couple of days or a week, that could be flushed out after I verify with the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so
That's so good.
of the reductions on this list, we have agreed to 5 of the 6. Everything but the will come to reimbursement. That comes to $580,000. It doesn't get us all the way to the 60%, but it gets us about 2/3 of the way there.
And then we have the good committee.
Well, there's the
Oh,
question.
that's the open space.
so it sounds though like there might be potential additional money that you guys might be able to shake out of the post-approval. Is that
We're
correct
pressure
or?
testing that and we'll get back to
Okay.
various people as soon as we can.
And then another question I had there is, if it's true that it's $8,000 to $10,000 for a public meeting, would you guys consider doing like 6 instead of 8? If that's what Laura said.
You have to-
Saying the big public. The ad hoc committee meeting.
Oh, she's probably not here anymore. Is she still here?
He's there.
I'm here. When I was talking about the cost for like a broad, all-town big meeting,
Okay.
where we invite lots of people and have breakout rooms, that's what costs between
Okay.
7 or 8, like up to $10,000.
Different than what you guys
We do
Yeah,
not.
different than the ad hoc committee
Got it.
meetings. Yeah.
misunderstood. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's really that one.
So we've found a way to cut about $580,000 for $580,000 the general fund, for 320,000 short. It's probably this.
Yeah. No. I just called 911 for this. meeting.
They'll be at the door.
I watch.
So that leaves us at something like 55% of the budget.
No.
I mean,
We
we
haven't
could,
talked- yeah,
we could just live in
Sorry, I
violation
had
of
to
our
take this
policy
on
for
page.
I also
Have
wanted
we-
to remind council of the additional reduction of the 80,000.
While we have a moment, Jeff, sorry to interrupt, if you can speak into the microphone. Sorry.
Sit up, sit up, sit up. Put yourself in.
Sorry about that, folks.
We're clear with the police, yes.
Cavalry is not coming. Okay.
So I'm not sure if we factored in also that additional $80,000 that will be reduced from a carryover from the
Right.
current fiscal
Right.
year. So that will be also in addition.
So that puts us a 660,000 reduction, so we're 240,000 short. And if it's a 4 if we're supposed to be at 5.2 million, that's about 5%. So we're at 55%, call it. So we'd be in, I mean, it's our policy. It's not anybody's else. It's not anybody's. So we could be in violation of our own policy for a short time. Are people comfortable would people be comfortable with that if we can't find another 240,000?
Well, especially if the Willow Commons thing would swing this pretty significantly. So I'm curious, do you guys have a sense? I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, but do you have a sense of when you're going to bring forward that policy?
Summer, but we circled with the finance committee. We're working with the open space and we have to circle back with race and equity, although they provide
done
the
their
most
work.
complete policy so far. And what it's generally, yeah, I would say this summer.
Like the August
September,
meeting.
really realistically talk about September?
Yeah, definitely then. And
sure
if
we could do it by
can-
We only have
September.
one meeting in August and it's early August, August 9th.
Oh,
So
okay.
probably September.
Yeah,
September would be done, and we'd be comfortable doing that.
yeah.
Just for clarification, if you can repeat the line item from the post-adoption housing element. that would
We're
be-
looking at the CEQA local threshold line item. And I don't know where we're gonna end up, but we are pressure testing the scope of that to make sure that we're understanding the amount of work, because it wasn't perceived to be as much as it was projected to be. And I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. We just have to get there and pressure test.
It was the $75,000 line. item.
Thank you.
Another idea, I think it's probably a $20,000 swing, so not huge, but is just holding committees flat to their current budget instead of increasing. How would you guys feel about that?
I particularly don't feel good about that because there's, I think that the historic resources put in a very minimal budget, but it's real and it makes them feel real and they want to be able to do things. And the Geological Safety Committee put in $3,000, which hasn't come forward yet. But I think that we're nickel and diming ourselves a little bit with cutting off all the committees.
Well, it's not cutting it off. I'm saying it, holding it flat. to
Well, but
last year's
these
level.
people that didn't have any budget before.
So maybe outside of the ones that didn't
Yeah,
have a budget?
exactly. That's all I care about. Other than that, holding them flat is,
And that means going through the committees line by line. I'm not sure.
I don't know that that's.
well, a PV Palooza, it was a big cost.
I don't think that one's, I think that one.
The
we
one
need a little
time.
time for it to-
Well, but the proposed number in the current budget is back to the old level. So
Isn't it like, I can't read that now. Is it like a,
Can you make it bigger?
what's the delta between this year and last year? For this coming year?
The actual.
Anyway, you can make that bigger.
the actuals,
The
the
big
actual
gray
for the current year is
big-
41,495. The proposed for next year is 15,000.
Talking about the total,
Yeah.
Oh,
It was like 10,000,
I thought it was
15,000.
more like 25.
that was like 95 and 114 or something.
89.
89, oh,
Yeah.
that's 25,000.
Can I make maybe a different suggestion? What if we just told all the committees to try to hold off spending money? We didn't force their budget. We just said, we're gonna spend some time, come up with our game plan, figure out what our strategy is, because we're gonna do a revised one. And just trust that If they don't need to spend it, they'll hold off.
But we're trying to get the budget better.
Right, but I think the budget, we're close enough. I feel like we're at 55%. And if we agree that we're going to come up with a game plan and we're gonna figure out our strategy going forward,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable staying at 55%.
Yeah.
With the agreement that within 6 months, we will have closed this out. We can't just let this slide away from us. So that's
Yeah.
the way I don't feel like I need to get to the 60.
Yeah, I mean, 60% is a very conservative number, so I could be
Yeah.
comfortable. with that. We're over 50 with the reduction we've added, so.
Oh, we're over 50, but, okay, you don't think we should do something like reduce all of those by 50%?
No.
No.
Well, I think we just ask them, just make sure, I mean, for me, the main reason of talking about freezing the budget wasn't so much saving this money. It was making everybody aware that we have a serious budget issue. So I'm fine that freezing maybe is the wrong approach and I'm okay with that. But I think if we just went to all our committees and just asked them to try not to spend their money for 6 months unless they really needed to, and then trust that, you know, for the places they need to do it more immediately, they will. But there's definitely stuff that doesn't need to be done right now. And when we do the actuals, it'll look okay.
I just know in any place I've worked, if I was off budget this much, everybody would have to tighten their belts a little bit. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to bring that mindset to this, but I don't want to, it's late and it's $25,000. I think it's worth holding to a previous year's budget. I think.
For
that's
sure.
You just said you
No,
didn't
I
want to do
said
that.
cut them by 50%.
No, but you, well.
I don't think you get. Maybe I didn't. I mean, I honestly don't think.
It's
you get
$25,000,
much.
Yeah.
start adding it up. It adds up, but
And these are our volunteers.
For example,
No.
trails and paths,
Fine.
you have a season.
Fine,
It's
let's move on.
really hard to.
Right, but I'd be happy to hold the people who are accountable. Okay.
okay, so another question then is what about,
Also,
is there,
would
I'm
be happy
sorry,
with
Cindy,
50%.
thank you for your patience. We haven't really talked about revenue upside assumptions in terms of changes to the budget. Is it worthwhile to discuss if the 5% property tax is too conservative? Does anybody want to consider that as part of that, or just be super conservative, even though we were?
You're asking what assumption we're comfortable with for the budget on property tax, is that it?
I'm just asking, yes, more or less, like, because we're being, you know, we talked about expense, things that we'd want to cut. So I'm also saying we haven't talked about the revenue side. So on the revenue
Oh.
side, are there any of the assumptions that Cindy has in the budget that we'd like to discuss before we move on?
Well, I would say other than investment strategy, I feel the rest of it's a little bit of a shell game. If we say, oh, it's 6%, that's just making that, we don't know what it is. It's just like us saying 55 isn't good enough. I mean, they're both just our,
Assumptions, how you make it.
well, but if you're making an assumption of 6%, that's as arbitrary as us saying 55% for the next 6 months is okay. They're both kind of arbitrary policy decisions we're making.
Well, one's a policy decision. They're different.
And it's based on historical, it's based on market trends. It's not just.
Except we don't have any of that.
What has the range been, Cindy? Typically, it's been between anywhere from 4 to 6%. The past 2 fiscal years, we've been a little more aggressive and budgeting about 6%. But I did also want to, another reminder of the adjustment to the UUT. So we thought we also under budgeted that line item as well. So we could bump that one up. So maybe as a compromise, maybe leaving property tax as it is, but we can increase UUT by 150,000.
Because why are you able to do that? Because it's.
Well, also incorporating the 1% increase.
Yes.
And then just the usage, the overall usage, there is a rate of increase as well that we can factor that into. So I think we went a little too conservative in the
That-
UUT line.
Okay.
item.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Especially.
Oh, well, just on the property tax, if you did bake in the 6%, what delta would that yield you?
Would be an additional 1%.
Oh, okay. So you
I'm
could
saying,
go to
even
like
if we went to a
5.25.
quarter, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think our property tax is like 3 million. So it'd be a 20% increase. in our property.
It would be huge. So maybe we take it out
Yeah.
a quarter point.
Yeah. I mean, if we've actually seen it in the past, I don't
It's been
understand.
6
why
the
we're
last 2
being-
years. That's what I'm saying.
The property tax increase is usually driven by.
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
they're not gonna be political. Yeah, they're not good.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. So that's probably not gonna be,
So if we're okay with the UUT,
not really.
So it sounds like there's agreement on the income, on the revenue side to look at investment income policy and the UUT.
We've beaten the budget today, because we still got revenue. We still got the
Yeah.
revenue presentation.
For
I think you did
now,
well.
yeah.
I think the only question, Jeff, I just wanted to ask, and we don't have to. Where is the strategic component of this going to materialize? Like, how is that going to happen? Just, and I'm not looking for the exact layout, but I know what I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for us to come up with some sort of game plan that says, over the next 6 months, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. We're going to come up with our strategic goals, and then we're going to, potentially have a revised budget at the end of that process. Where do we make those decisions to do that? And I'm not asking for us to do it tonight since we're not making decisions, but when is the appropriate time? Because I feel like it needs to be sooner than later. It doesn't doesn't need to be tonight. And I don't feel it even necessarily has to be at the next meeting, but in some ways tying it to the next thing, saying, here's our budget, but here's what else we're doing, feels like they kind of belong together because, it's a budget process, in the large.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think our understanding for a while has been that on the 27th, we would approve a budget with at least the understanding that it's a rollover and that we were going to come back in 4 to 6 months with a substantial budget revision. I mean, if you want that more codified, if you want that more sort of laid out in the staff report or something, maybe we can, city do a suggestion.
Sure, and we did identify that as well in our slides, that a strategic approach would be following budget adoption, that we could move forward with some budget workshops or study sessions as well as we move forward in the coming months, and then bring forward a final mid-year revision based on the discussions from those workshops and study sessions.
So that makes sense to me. I think the only thing I'm asking for is, I think we're gonna have to meet more to do it. I mean, unless we can look at the roll forward and figure out where these things fit. So that, yeah, except September seems like a long time away to me to start talking about.
Yeah, I mean, no, your point is well taken. I think we will be looking at the roll forward, and if this means a special meeting here or there. we may have- I'm not sure it's not a given to me that has to happen, but.
Well, I guess what I was looking for is, do we ask staff to go start fleshing out revenue opportunities? Do we, actually?
Next item.
Well, no, I know it is, but we're not making any decisions tonight. I'm trying to decide, how are we going to make the decisions about cost savings and revenue savings that are more strategic? So that's that process that, I'm just hoping we'll figure out sometime in the relatively near future.
Jeff, if you don't mind, my understanding is the next agenda item was part 1 of what will be a revenue enhancement
Exactly.
process.
Right.
So my understanding of what Corey's going to be presenting tonight is just kind of like a brainstorm or a menu. Let's let her do it. And it was
Yeah.
kind of just to kind of whet our appetite of what might be the available options.
Right.
It will be a continuing thing for sure over the next 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting that
Part
that's
one.
that's half of that's part 1 for half the problem. And the other is, what would we do about cost savings? Right, because I think there's some strategic cost savings to look at as well, and they're going to be some hard choices, and we've made some of them tonight, but there'll be more. So anyway, let me leave it for now. I want to make sure there's a time that we put this on the agenda to make some decisions about it, what we're going to do and roughly when we're going to do it. So it doesn't just become someday in the future. That's, you know, I would.
I think we have
uneasy.
several workshops between now and 4 months after we adopt the budget. I suspect we have several workshops. Yeah, to start flushing these out and revision where we hopefully start incorporating.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just beat this a little bit more, which is going back to the committees. I think an easy way to make our budget look better and also to send your message that we're all tightening our belts is to go ahead and put a % reduction on the committee budgets, because I think a lot of our committee budgets are padded and they're looking for a little bit of pushback on some of them. And that we need to be kind of say, okay, we're being realistic. Our budget really doesn't look very good. And we're going to revisit this. And if we succeed in doing things, we can lighten things up later. But for the time being, we're asking for a 50% reduction in the budget.
I wouldn't support that myself.
You would not, or you would?
Not, I mean,
Okay.
our committees work really hard. I don't think these budgets are very padded if they're padded. And I'm sure we can find things to move around and question.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
think
I
it's not a-
withdraw my comment.
Okay, so we're gonna wrap up on the budget discussion for now and revenue presentation. Is that-
All right, I know it's late, so I'll do my best to get through this as painlessly as possible. So just to provide a bit of background, many of our expenses are increasing. For example, our sheriff's contract, $850,000. And our ARPA funding running out. As that's a limited funding source, the current budget is tight this year. As mentioned, our budget deficit is roughly 1.6 million with other potential rising costs. The annual reanalysis of the sheriff's budget as they plan to reanalyze the cost annually. Staff has researched revenue enhancement in order to look out for long-term financial well-being of the town. And we recommend the council have this first study session in additional to many in the future regarding revenue enhancement. So all taxes imposed by local governments are classified as either a general or special tax. A general tax, as it sounds, any tax levy to fund general government purposes, which goes into local government entities' general fund. So these must be approved by the voters at a ballot. It requires 2/3 supermajority vote, which means 66%, 66.767% supermajority vote. A special tax is any tax levied for a specific purpose. For example, public safety. You could do police and fire. You could do police alone, fire alone. You can combine other elements that this tax would be utilized for that purpose. Again, it would be a 2/3 supermajority vote.
Can I interrupt just for a sec? My screen is frozen. I'm just in public seeing what you're putting up because I'm looking at your first slide. Okay, now it's just me.
Has it
Yeah.
caught up?
Yeah,
Mine looks fine.
yeah,
Okay.
mine looks okay now. It just switched. So I just want to make sure the public can follow
Sure,
along. Yeah.
please let me know if that happens again. So some of, just a note before we get to the menu of options, each
Mine-
ID.
Mine didn't move.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And now mine. Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. Each idea has a different process. In short, there's a different cost, a different timeline before you see cash flow. And that's just something I want us to think about as we're talking about revenue enhancement. Most of the options that are being proposed today, about 5 out of the 6, would be taxes that would trigger a need to increase our GAN limit. And I was going to have Starla talk a bit about the GAN limit in just a moment so we could all understand what that is. And that would also need to go on a ballot. Tax-related items would need to go on the November 2024 ballot, but be decided by council and submit to ensure that they're included in the election by July of 2024. So that gives us just over a year. And most of the cash flow for these options would come in 2025, but it's variable depending on which option we select. Starla, did you want to give a quick brief summary of what the GAN limit is?
Very quick, very brief. So the GAN limit is based on the Prop 4, which I think was passed in 1979. And the intention, it was a companion piece to Prop 13. And the goal is to keep state and local governmental spending capped at a certain rate that was based on taxes in 78, 79. And so for smaller communities like Portola Valley, where property values have far surpassed like CPI, the GAN limit increases annually are based on CPI and population growth. So small communities with a very stable population that has high property values, they run into a problem with the GAN limit. And if all that sounded like nonsense, it's not my fault. That's what the voters adopted.
Thank you, Starla. So if all of the screens have refreshed and have the right slide on them, you should be seeing a graph in front of, or a chart in front of you with 5 different options. 6 different options, sorry. 6 different options, 5 of which are taxes. These are not the only options. These are just the most popular city town options that are out there. There are definitely many more, but these are the most typical. So the first option would be a general parcel tax. Goes through town election, 2/3 supermajority vote. So on there we have pros and cons. Timing, usually again, timing for parcel tax takes effect after the November 2024 ballot if it passes, but it moves when property taxes are collected in 2025. The cost, you would need an assessment engineer to assess the parcels, and that could be about a $20,000 cost. And then you have a contractor that helps you do the parcel tax itself. So for an example, in terms of what type of revenue you could be collecting from a general parcel tax, if we have approximately 1,700 parcels and we would want to reach approximately $850,000 or $900,000 to cover that sheriff's contract, you would be looking at about $100 per month per parcel to reach that. So it would seemingly a nominal cost to get us to where we would need to be. But again, a general parcel tax would not be something that would affect us this next year. It wouldn't be until 2025. So very similarly with an idea of a public safety parcel tax, calling out specifically that we're looking for this to pay for public safety. You could say police and fire. If we wanted these funds directly to be allocated for public safety, as the general parcel tax funds go to the general fund, where the public safety parcel tax would need to go towards spending directly related to public safety costs, so police, fire, etc. It's a very similar process. An assessment engineer would be required to go over the parcels. The numbers would be the exact same. Again, for that 1,700 parcels, $100 per parcel per month. Another option is a sales tax increase. This is not necessarily recommended by staff, as our current sales tax percentage is 9.375%. It would have an impact on the businesses as the sales tax would increase. I believe we're allowed to do about 0.5%, if not maybe 1% max increase. Again, this would need to go on the ballot. The cost for this would be staff time. We work with HDL, who helps us keep track of our sales tax and our revenue related to it. They would need to assist us with that. Business license tax increase. Again, that would, because it's a tax, it would go on the ballot. Currently, we charge $131 per license, with 4 of those dollars per license going towards the state for reporting. It would not be a large amount of revenue. There is no cap on business license tax, but we would want to keep it reasonable. And again, we would probably hire a consultant and work with HDL, who's already a consultant of ours, to make sure we're not skyrocketing over cities and towns surrounding areas. One of the things that's been mentioned is the utility tax increase. We're currently at 6.5%. I believe of next fiscal year, we'll be at 7.5%. It would be, we have to judge if our utility taxes are high, so we'd have to do a survey to see where the other cities would fall. This would require staff time and more research and potentially a consultant. Again, 2024 November ballot. And finally, which would be a recommendation of mine to move forward with, is a fee study, the user fee and developmental fee with a cost allocation plan. So some of the items that we talked about, the storm drains, sort of staff costs in terms of receiving money for the planners and the building inspectors and the time that they're working on or the permits. It's a very common practice that other cities perform. I was performing one with Scotts Valley right before I came here. We post a request for proposals. There's typical 3 to 4 firms that will reach out to try to solicit our business. It usually takes anywhere from, I would say, depending on the amount of cities doing user fee studies right now, it could be 4 to 6 months. It could be as long as 8 months. And you would adopt the new fees via the town council. Now you'd have to use a qualified consulting firm. There is an upfront cost. It could be anywhere from 20, I would say 40 on the higher end. It is a little time consuming because staff has to go through their personal allocation in terms of time spent on either permits or time spent on these different fees. Our last fee study was in 2014. It is typically recommended that cities do this every so many years. I was in Scotts Valley. Their last one was in 2018, and we were doing it again in 2022. So those are the main options that other cities tend to go with. There are other ones out there, so I don't want to just limit you guys to this list, but these would be our typical recommendations. And again, our staff recommendation would be the user fee study. I would highly encourage considering a parcel tax. I would then just say, council, please hold a study session on revenue enhancement to give Cindy and I direction on what you'd like us to research. I know you don't have to make a decision tonight, but more so what you'd like us to research more, if there's different ideas you have in mind, or if there is something you would like us to move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, council questions, public comment, and then discussion. Questions for? Right.
On the assessment engineer, I mean, why can't you just go to the county and have them just add it to a tax bill? They already basically tax people based on their parcels. I mean,
So
why
the-
do why you have to have this extra person involved?
So the typical practice that I've been exposed to, and we worked with Shauna Clark. She is our consulting clerk, who was a previous city manager who's done general parcel taxes. The common practice is to always use an assessment engineer.
Because you don't trust the county? I'm just curious, but yeah, that's okay. So then my more substantive, what about a tax that's a percentage of appraised value
That's
Instead of a-
something we can look at.
instead of a partial tax?
But I think there are some legal constraints around parcel taxes.
I can't quite hear you.
There are some legal constraints around parcel taxes. So as a percentage of appraised value, that may be one of those constraints, but we'll look at it.
Okay, because again, I would think, the county assessor has it. I mean, they have an assessment. I mean, I don't think we'd make up our own. So, I would assume if we could do something like that, we would just use whatever their assessed value was.
Well, we'll look at that, but there are certainly some constraints. There's obviously several taxpayer initiatives that are state law that constrain our ability to do certain sorts of processes.
Other questions from the council?
I guess you could anticipate my question, which is, if we went ahead and did the process of becoming a charter city, to what extent would that actually enhance or decrease these various different revenue streams, and what other revenue streams would be available to us in that setting?
So staff would have to do more research on a charter city. I know you did mention that to me. And they'd usually take about 3 years to execute. Catherine, if I'm incorrect, please let me know. But those are very expensive processes.
I'll just add one thing, actually from personal experience, because the city where I live did actually vote to become a charter city. And it was tied to a revenue enhancement measure, real estate transfer tax. Charter cities may impose larger real estate transfer tax than general law cities. I believe it requires 2/3 vote as well. So we can look into that and bring back some more information.
Thank you.
Sure. Just reading the last one that you thought we should move ahead with, looking at RFP and bringing a proposal in. says typically less than 100,000 annually. Can you just explain what that last line is about? And
Sure.
how it works?
So there usually is not a large revenue impact in terms of the fee schedule or the fee study. So it's typically less than 100,000 annually, depending on council philosophy. So once we start going over the fee study, there'll be a decision by council to come up with a cost recovery. So are we looking for 100% cost recovery, 50%? Where do you guys want to fall in terms of once you know what the official cost is, how do we want to be 100% cost recovery? What is the philosophy? So that would then potentially make that number higher or lower.
That's $100,000 additional to what we would currently take, or you're saying that's all you get from these kind of fees?
It depends. I don't know how old our fees are. I think since it was 2014 and we're talking about potential new fees. I know we talked about stormwater and there were a few other ones that were mentioned that we have notes on. It could be up to additional 100, I would say.
Just following up on that, do we have any idea what percentage cost we're recovering now? I mean, I know our user fee is very old, our user study is very old. So do we have any idea what we're recovering?
From what I looked at and the staff I've spoken to, it seems a bit sporadic in terms of the practice. And I don't know that we've had a cost allocation plan done recently. And just to give a brief information on what that is how the per staff member, how much is the cost that, because like, for example, somebody holding a special event, it goes through my staff member at the front desk, it goes through myself, it goes through Cindy. So those things, how long does that take and how much does that cost for it to flush through the staff system?
I'm kind of curious about the public safety parcel tax. Are they common in the Bay Area?
I'm not sure what other cities have done public safety parcel taxes, but when I'm again working with Shauna, our consultant, she had said that it's a very common practice and it usually is pretty successful.
And is the supermajority of those eligible to vote or those who do vote?
Those, I was gonna say, I think those who vote.
Okay.
Sarah, do you have a question? I had one question, which was years ago we had impact fees, and I believe there was I think there was a legal case that basically struck them down. Is it still the case that those are not? And I believe they applied to maybe like construction, like large construction projects in town. Is that still the case that they're not legal, or are they allowed? Could we reconsider something like that?
I'll speak to that. I am familiar with that case. I think it was like in Appleton, that was struck down. I do have this on my list to look at, but there is some, I believe this is some legal.
Is that what Prop 218 covers? Like fees that look
There's a
like taxes?
connection with Prop
Yeah.
218. Yes.
Any other questions from the council?
I'm just curious if like a public safety parcel tax is more successful from a ballot standpoint than a general parcel tax. I'd be curious.
We can definitely do some more research on that. I think sometimes, at least based on what I was reading, when there is a focused cost for the money versus staff just being able to utilize it to their own discretion, theoretically, it usually has more success.
In my experience with municipal taxes, a lot of times there's some polling that's done prior to actually being on the ballot, and you can test those.
To decide, so like we could say, we can make a decision, we're going to do a parcel tax and then test which type would be more successful in our community. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a sense of what the success rate is on charter cities coming up for ballot?
This is very anecdotal. I will say in the city where I live, it squeaks by.
It squeaks by.
It was about a 67%, 67.1 or something. It was great. So I don't have, I think we could bring back some. more information
It's probably,
on
but that's
success.
another thing we could test with a survey.
And the annual public hearings for a public safety tax, they're just to get public input or like, are they a big deal?
Under my understanding was that it was just to receive public input and ensure that the funds were going towards the correct places. And just to make one more note, we did discuss, Cindy had let me know that the finance committee seemed very interested in revenue enhancement. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make that meeting, but we're happy to combine efforts with them if we feel that that would be helpful. We're happy to work with them on revenue
It
enhancement
really
measures.
would be helpful, I think, to do the outreach.
Absolutely.
Okay. There's no more questions. I will take public comment. Rita has her hand up. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I guess I never got my question answered earlier about if the town has an investment policy and if they're actually looking into what was said at the finance meeting the other day about the possible of over $30,000 extra in interest of our available cash per month. And, you know, before we look into raising fees, doing a parcel tax, in any way for our town, I really hope that we look into fiscal responsibility before we look into figuring out a way for the residents to pay for all of the extra costs from the past couple of years when, you know, when we are behind in our fiscal responsibility. And, you know, don't hold me on this, but I think for the general parcel tax vote, you only need 50%. But, you know, this is a start. At least we're discussing it, which we haven't done in a couple of years. And so I'm very happy to see and hear everybody's voice on this. But moving forward, please do some coding, FAS 86, whatever needs to be done to make each project accountable for their own budget. And I think that's the way to go, so that when somebody comes up with an idea, they figure out how much it's going to cost. And if we do go to an election for parcel tax or for the safety, there's a cost already being spent. And I don't see that in here in consultants. There's costs associated with everything. And it would be great to see that type of accounting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nan Shostak has her hand up. Go ahead, Nan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I was just wondering if Corey or Cindy could tell us if there's a general parcel tax or public safety parcel tax, what percentage does the county keep for collection and disbursement? How much actually goes to the town? What percentage actually goes to the town of the total tax collected?
Nan, finish your comment. I'll take the question and we can
No,
answer those later.
no, that's it. No, that's it. It's really a question. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any other public comment? Christy Corley, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Jeff brings up a good point about impact fees. There's all kinds of impact fees that we will endure going forward. So I think it would be great if the council could ask what impact fees are happening in our area in different towns and cities, you know, a park impact fee, and so on. We should be very aware of what our opportunity for land value is and what impact fees we can produce for revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I see no hands on Zoom.
Nor do I. Okay. We'll come back to council for discussion. Can you answer that question about how a parcel tax gets allocated between, like, how much comes to us and how much goes to the county? Actually, I've forgotten that.
So Shauna, our consulting clerk, actually says that she has the information, and I would love if she could share that with us.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Shauna. Hello.
Okay, the town would retain all of the money collected
except for a percentage that the county would charge you for collecting the money on the tax bill. So you pay that percentage now. Because all your property taxes are not passed through. And the part that's passed through, the town actually pays a percentage to the county for collecting those funds. And I just want to add that if you were to place a parcel tax on the ballot to raise $800,000, it would actually be about $40 a month that would have to be collected from the property owners.
I was actually wondering about that. Thank you. Okay. Discussion.
It's a great start. Thank you very much for pulling that together on relatively quick notice. And it looks like we have a lot of work to do to figure this out going forward. But thank you for that. And I'd love to get that slide so that I could do some homework.
I was wondering if all these presentations could be put up on the calendar, on the agenda somehow, so we could actually refer back to this, because we don't get recordings put up for a long time and we don't get minutes for a while. So could these be posted?
Do we post presentations at the meeting?
I don't believe that's a practice we have
Yeah.
at this point now.
On this one, it's really, I think
It
this
would
one's
be-
really important.
It would be helpful for everybody, I'm sure.
Sure, we'll see what we can do.
Are you looking for guidance on specific? I mean, so obviously we'll have some study sessions moving forward. Did you want input on like the fee study? Seems like something we should, I mean, I feel like we should be pursuing that soon. Should we?
Okay, then. So if I may,
Yeah.
one recommendation I would make would be to allow us to at least post an RFP that's relatively free. We could just post the RFP. It shouldn't take too long, and then we can solicit the proposals and go through them, see how much it would cost potentially for this type of study, and then we can bring that back.
Is that something, do we need to put something on the consent agenda for next meeting to start that, or can we start that with just our safety?
I believe we could just start that.
Right. Yeah, that's, I just wanted.
Yeah.
I agree, this is a staff level action, and really bring anything back.
I think that's a no-brainer.
You know, I'm okay with it. It's just, we're not making a decision, staff's making this decision. Because we're in a study session, so I do
Yeah.
want to be
Yeah,
clear
yeah,
that we
fair
stay
enough,
out
fair-
of
yes, yes, point well
making
taken.
decisions. So staff's going to make that decision. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And we're kind of giving them direction that seems reasonable.
Yes.
I also, along those lines, like staff's recommendation to have the finance committee review the revenue enhancement options. So to pursue that on a short agenda, on their next agenda, if possible.
And the only other thing I would add is I would like you, if you're going to do these partial taxes and stuff, you talk about biannual costs. Monthly costs is kind of BS, because you're not going to get billed monthly. You're going to get billed twice a year. So if you're going to figure out what people, the people are going to see the impact twice a year. So let's just talk about it that way.
Sure, staff can take a look at the parcel tax costs biannually for the next
Yeah.
study session.
Yeah, I mean, that would just, I just think that would be easier. $1,000 or $1,200. Either do it annually or do it biannually. Either's okay with me, but this monthly seems a little artificial.
Sure.
So I have a comment that so the parcel tax would help us if we were to pursue it, and we have a lot of work to do to decide that. But if we were to pursue one, that would help us address a one-time hit of this increase. It's not an annual ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause
ongoing.
that's what I thought, but then I heard somebody say, oh, it's just 800,000. It's the 800,000 every year.
Yeah, that was my
Okay.
just example to draw. But
All
yes,
right, I got
apologize.
confused there. Perfect.
And the other thing I would add is I think you ought to add, in your reasons that we might consider this, wildfire safety is going to be way up there. I mean, so you talked about the sheriff's contract, because obviously we're thinking about it, but I think we need to think bigger. I mean, there are other things this town needs to do. And if we're going to sell this, it needs to be on the back, so to speak, of, I think, the big issues and the major priorities that we have.
Right, I think you're exactly right. And one other big picture need I think we have, like, we know the two vegetation management ordinances haven't come our way yet, but when they do, I think that's going to be very expensive for the town. So I think you make a really good point.
I would also, I know we're talking about revenue enhancement, but I do think looking at the investment policy, well, Rita, we did talk about the investment policy and we did discuss some challenges with it in terms of staff time to administer it and monitor it, as well as the fact that it's unpredictable where, the cost benefit is probably going to be changing over time if you need staff to monitor it. I would still look at that, and the finance committee was very interested in it, so I think they would benefit from a follow-up discussion or more information on. Cindy, I think you went to the next level tonight of here's a staff, the staff responsibility would mean this, and fleshing that out a little bit. I think one more level of detail, and then people can discuss it in a more informed way would be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Other comments? Okay.
Can I just do one clarification, because it came up in the public comment about the general tax versus special tax, and general parcel taxes do require a supermajority, but there are some general taxes that are only required 50%. General sales tax or a general TOT. So I did want to make that clarification because that's.
The school parcel tax, as I recall, had a 55% threshold. That's a different thing, right?
So what was the other thing? The general sales tax and the other one?
I said TOT. I don't think that's really on your list on your menu here, but but
Transit occupancy tax, it's an adult tax.
Oh, yeah. That's not.
The ones we don't allow.
The ones we don't allow.
Yeah. No, we have 30 days. We have 30 days minimum.
Well, maybe we should try enforcement then.
Oh.
That might,
Oh.
we might get some money out of it.
Probably not as much as it would cost. Okay.
So I believe we have pretty good direction to move forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 6, council liaison committee and regional agencies reports. They are here. Does anyone want to pull any for discussion?
Yeah. No, mean pull it. You're
Well,
not
we're
gonna
just
pull
asking
it.
if you want to comment on it.
You're not. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, don't bother.
Yeah,
Well,
we have
would
your
you mind
report.
reading the red on mine? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping you'll do.
I read the whole
Well,
thing.
yeah. We do.
Just
We do.
read it.
No
That's all I
comment.
care about.
We'll do. We'll do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just as long as you read the red, it's only about 3 sentences. That's all you have to do.
Got it. Okay, done. Okay, if there's, okay, public comment on the liaison report. Christie, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to appreciate Mary for her complete summary reports. I don't see any others from the last 2 weeks. So I think this is a way to educate our residents. And so we really do need the summaries since people are not attending. And this is a way to get information earlier rather than waiting a month or two till the next meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comment, we'll move on to the town manager report. Howard, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to note that Denise and Leah let me know that through Fire Safe, they found a grant, a $30,000 grant that they could remove eucalyptus out of the town. on Cervantes Road between Peak and Kiowa. So we took her up on the offer. She can remove, I think, 2 or 3 very large eucalyptus that was on the fire department's list to remove, and I also believe it was on the EPC's list to remove also, because I did talk to Judith Murphy and Catherine McGill on the Conservation Committee, and they supported, and also too. So that's some good news.
Who's removing it? No, I know, but who's doing the work?
Denise and Ian.
Oh,
They're going to
good.
hire someone.
Great.
So we provide the traffic control.
Yeah.
So we've talked to she and the town have talked to the neighbors.
Great.
And we've done a lot of our mowing in the right of way, and you've probably seen that too. We got an early start this year along Patola and Alpine roads, and now we're going into Upper Alpine and Lost Trinkets. And we started mowing the trails early too. So one item for July 4th. Since July 4th is on a Tuesday, we are continuing a previous practice of closing the doors on Monday, July 3rd. As there is high staff vacations on that day, it allows staff to take a different type of vacation. It's usually pretty slow. But we have done this in the past, closing the doors on Monday. It's just the doors are closed. For those that do want to stay and work, that's fine also. It is not a free day. The employees have to take a vacation day if they want to take it. But because there'd be so few people in the office, it's best just to close the door. That's my report. Thank you.
Questions for Howard? Any public comment on the town manager's report?
I see no hands on Zoom.
No? Okay, in that case, we are at item 8, adjournment. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed?